Dave, we are expecting everyone, yes? On the Alder front?
Yes, we have not heard otherwise.
Now I have Greg Mickles in the attendees.
And I just resent the invites to Alder, Verveer, Figueroa, Cole. I think that's it.
Yep. Here's Alder Verveer. All right. The hour of 4:30 having come and gone, I will call to order the Finance Committee of Monday, October 17th, 2022, and ask Dave to please call the roll.
Council President Furman,
Present.
Alder Carter,
Present.
Alder Verveer,
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole, Alder Vitiver,
Present.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum. I believe Alder
I'm
Figueroa
here.
Cole is here. Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have, I'm just refreshing, but I believe we have no general public comment, only public comment on item 17. So we will go first to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on today's agenda? Alder Vitiver?
On 8 and 9, I'm disclosing I am an employee of the Department of Health Services.
Thank you. Are there any other disclosures or recusals? Seeing none, that takes us to the consent agenda. President Furman.
Mayor, on the consent agenda, I would like there to be an alternative motion for agenda item 2, Legislar File 74106. I'd like that to be referred to our finance meeting on October 31st.
All right, so on item 2, the motion will be to refer to the 10/31 finance meeting. Item 3 is a confirmation. And then item 17 is the budget. So those items will be separated. Are there any other items that alders wish to have separated from the consent agenda? Alder Carter.
I have a quick question on item 7
Item 7
and item 12.
and item 12. Okay. Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had a question about item 6, but we should also separate item 7 as it's the sister companion item.
Anything else, Alder Verveer?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Okay, so we will be separating from the consent agenda items 3, 6, 7, 12, and 17, and we will note that the Recommendation on item 2 is to refer to the 1031 Finance Committee meeting. Is there anything else for the consent agenda? Seeing none, President Furman, a motion, please.
I'd like to move the consent agenda as previously stated by the mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Vitiver. Thank you. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda. That takes us to item 3, which is Legistar 74113. I'm very pleased to submit to you the appointment of James Wolf for confirmation to a 5-year term as the new city engineer. Jim is here with us if you have questions for him. Jim, would you like to say hello?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really grateful to the mayor for this opportunity to be the next city engineer for the city of Madison. I think I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of you in my career thus far with the engineering division, and I'm really looking forward to the next 5 years.
Thanks, Jim. President Furman, let's get a motion.
Move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for Jim? Seeing none. Oh, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for Jim. Any news on your family's new arrival yet today?
Not just yet. Today is the due date, so there's still time left today, but it could be any moment now.
Wonderful. Again, my congratulations to you and JoJo, and we're all hoping for the best and extending our best wishes to the two of you. Mayor, if I could also just say, and I mentioned this at a previous finance committee meeting at President Furman's prompting, I do want to publicly just thank you for this excellent appointment and say what a real pleasure it's been working with Jim for over 15 years. I still remember him as a newly minted engineer 1 out of UW Madison, and he's just been such a joy to work with all these years. So I just can't wait, Jim, as you know, to work with you in your new capacity. With that said, and this isn't really a question, but I did notice when I was reading the employment agreement that there were some typos. It seems that whoever prepared the document used as a template our finance director's contract from last year, and there are a handful of locations in the agreement where instead of the phrase city engineer, it says finance director. For example, under residency requirement, I think also early separation was another one I remember reading over the weekend. So if, and I see Greg turned his camera on, thank you, interim HR director. So just wanted to mention that we should clean that up before it goes to the council for enthusiastic confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder, both for the good wishes and also for your diligent reading of the materials. HR staff will, I'm sure, take care of that. We do not want Jim to have to be finance director as well, and nor do we want Dave to take on any of the city engineer duties. Is there any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, then is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of recommending confirmation? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. Congratulations, Jim. Good luck and our best to JoJo.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
That will take us to item 6, which is Legistar 74024, approving and adopting an updated policy for assessing street improvements. Item 74079 is related item amending the Madison General Ordinances. Is there any objection to taking questions on these two together? Seeing no objection, we'll take questions on both 6 and 7 together. But first, President Furman, let's get a motion on the two.
Move adoption of item 74024 and 74079.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. We'll do questions for staff then. Alder Verveer, I believe you had questions on item 6.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderperson Carter did as well, so I'm happy to yield to Alder Carter. If she'd like to go first, otherwise I'm happy to. Looks like Alder Carter will go ahead.
Alder Carter, go ahead. You're muted, Alder Carter. Alder, you're still muted. Oh, here we go. There you go.
Am
Now
I
you're
still
muted.
muted?
No, go ahead.
I just had a question on 7 because it mentioned a grant, and I just wanted to know if this grant is for the residents to reduce their part or what? I just want clarification on the grant.
Chris Petakowski from City Engineering is here with us.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The grant is right now, the way the grant works is on rural to urban projects, we administer a grant to the homeowners to help pay for half of their sidewalk costs. And in this case, the grant will be used for 100% of the sidewalk costs and 100% of the concrete curb and gutter costs. So it'll essentially the grant gets expanded, if that makes sense. So
Chris, what was the last few words kind of went out? I didn't hear it.
It'll cover 100% of the sidewalk and 100% of the curb and gutter work on the projects for single family and duplex homes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Mhm.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vivier, then, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Hi, Chris. Thanks for all your good work on this. I know a lot of folks worked hard on this, including our colleague Alder Foster. There's a lot to love in this, and I think what I love the most is, but I wanted your confirmation on how our annual sidewalk program will be evolving. Could you just confirm that the annual sidewalk program that I've experienced a few times since I've been here so long, and I was just in the 4th district last year. I'm sure it's in the 5th district this year. That our property owners will no longer receive any sort of billing whatsoever for sidewalk repairs. Is that correct?
That's correct, unless they ask for additional work done that we weren't going to do with the program. Yes, they would no longer be assessed.
Boy, Bill must be thrilled. The amount of work and calls and emails he receives about the billing and so forth will, I think, probably takes up most of his time during the height of the season.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of, measurement and calcs and paying and all the contract stuff, but yes, the assessment portion is removed from his staff or his workload. Yeah.
Well, I have my bill right here for last year's work that's due on Halloween. I presume I still have to pay that, right?
Correct.
When will this go into effect? So I presume the folks in the 5th district will all be paying their assessments as well, unfortunately, for Alder Vividar's constituents.
Correct. Yeah. So it would get approved potentially, if all goes well, at the next council meeting, and then essentially every assessment district after that gets approved will have use the new policy.
Great. And then the only other question is, from all the work you've done downtown, the only big issue that we've had with assessments downtown has been regarding lighting with reconstructed streets and resurfacing with utilities and so forth. Mainly the huge expense, 100% accessible pedestrian lights. I presume that since I saw the word lighting in here nowhere in the Legistar file for these 2 items, that the lighting assessment was not discussed as part of the work.
Correct. That is something that traffic engineering administers, and I'm not sure if they plan to revisit that or not, but it is not part of this particular policy update.
Thank you very much. Again, congratulations on all the work you did on this and others.
Thank you.
Great improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, are there any further questions on item 6 or item 7? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt both items. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 6 and item 7? Seeing no objection, we'll record those votes. And that will take us to item 12, which is Legistar 73649, removing student housing restrictions from the City of Madison tax increment finance policy. Let's get a motion first, President Furman.
Move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Carter, you had a question? You're muted again, Alder.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to know how this affects the state mandate on TIF. Is there someone here for that? If not, then I'll do offline.
No, Alder, Director Mikolajewski is here with us. Go ahead, Matt.
Alder, can you clarify what you mean by state mandate?
Well, I know that there are restrictions that the state has put on TIF, and I just wanted to know how it's distributed, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to know how this change would affect that, or if it might not affect it. That's why I'm asking. The other thing is I wanted, my second question, since you asked, my second question is, how does this affect the affordable housing that we are trying to increase for our residents?
Sure. Thank you, Alder. First, regarding the question about sort of state regulations around TIF, really, this would have no impact and vice versa. This is the city's TIF policy, which is sort of separate from state requirements. And then your second question regarding affordability, Alder Bennett, who is the sponsor of this resolution, put this resolution forward, thinking that perhaps the way that our current TIF policy is drafted, that it might dissuade some individuals that are interested in constructing affordable student housing. And so the goal of this change is to perhaps increase the interest on the part of developers that might be interested in affordable student housing.
Thank you. Alder Everett's questions?
Yes, I guess this question could go to Matt, or if there's somebody else. When a developer is looking at available funding sources and sees that TIF is available, and if the project is not affordable for affordable housing, is it in your experience, is it common for developers then to reach and make a claim for TIF funds?
I mean, certainly we have developers contacting us routinely, asking whether or not the city would be open to providing TIF to a project, whether it's for affordable housing or market rate housing. And that happens sort of regardless of what the policy states specifically.
No, I understand that. The point of my question is that maybe you could illuminate the reasons why the ordinance was written the way it was, and that generally speaking, market rate student housing is not thought to be a category of housing or a category of development that would necessarily need TIF, because it's a pretty lucrative business. Is that not correct?
That is correct. Market rate housing, especially market rate student housing, would typically not be eligible for TIF.
Well, but if we change the ordinance, it would be, and we would be then hemmed in and shackled and take up staff time to have to look at these applications for something that we in the past have felt like didn't warrant TIF. Isn't that correct?
It is correct that individuals would certainly be able to apply for these projects, but it would not necessarily mean that they would be eligible to receive funding because the balance of the TIF policy, including the but-for standard, would still apply. So if a project was financially feasible without TIF, it would not be eligible to receive TIF.
But it could tie up a lot of staff time as you went through each of these applications for something that even with the but-for, it would not be.
I'm not sure that it would increase staff time significantly. There's throughout the course of the year, I have conversations with, probably a dozen developers where, they will say, do you think the city would be interested in providing TIF for this project? And I very quickly tell them, I just don't see a path forward. And then we just don't hear from them. So I'm sure that many of these projects would fall in a similar case where I would tell them, we just haven't seen a market rate student housing need TIF. So presumably the city would not be interested in providing this. And in most of those cases, the developer would likely not take the time to proceed with an application.
Well, then let me try to get to really the gist of my questions. The reason I'm sorry to tie up the time for my colleagues, but we already have an ordinance or provisions where TIF is available for affordable student housing. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And it seems to me that we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist, and that developers who seek to do affordable student housing can currently qualify for TIF and are in no way discouraged. But in some instance, we would remove an obstacle so that some developers would try to use TIF funds for decidedly non-affordable housing, more market rate student housing. That's what this would do. It would create that possibility. And it would be like staff then would have to swat down and say, no, where the ordinance currently prohibits them from even applying. Is that a kind of an accurate description?
I mean, technically, yes, but practically, I just don't see that many applications coming in for student housing, market rate student housing.
All right, well, I guess you understand my question. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions on item 12? Alder Figueroa Cole?
Actually, I had the same line of questions that Alder Evers, and glad I don't have to ask them. So can you please add me as a sponsor? Thank you.
Well, I'll add you as a sponsor, Alder.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt item 12. Is there discussion? Alder Carter.
Please list me as a no.
So noted, Alder Evers.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to tip my hand how I'm going to vote, but obviously by my line of questions, I'm questioning how this will really generate more affordable housing. And it clearly won't. Well, all it does is open the path potentially for market rate developers to try to qualify for TIF money, when in the past we've decided that that's not an appropriate path. And if someone is doing market rate housing and getting TIF when they don't need it, it makes TIF funds that are of a limited quantity unavailable for other quality projects, particularly affordable housing projects. So I don't understand. I understand the reasons why Alder Bennett would try to do this, but it doesn't solve the problem of providing more affordable student housing. And therefore, I don't think my colleagues should be supporting this.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion? Alder Figueroa Cole?
I mean, again, having the same concerns that were expressed a minute ago, but also hearing the feedback from staff and not having any actual historical data that supports having more efforts to be imposed to them. I don't really see the harm on trying to open the doors for more affordable housing that is so much needed in the area. So if this is one tool that we can use to attract more development of affordability, I don't see the downside of it. That's what I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Alder Evers for the second time.
Yeah, for the second and last time. Again, we have no doors closed to developers who want to do affordable student housing. My concern is that these funds would be used for non-affordable housing, for market rate housing, thereby depriving affordable student housing projects from that money. It's a limited amount of money. We don't have an unlimited amount of TIF money. There's scarcity involved. So if we use it for market rate housing, it's not available for affordable housing. The current ordinance already stipulates that for student housing, which is a lucrative enterprise, you can only get TIF if you're going to do it for affordable housing. We shouldn't be messing with that.
Thank you, Alder. The motion is to adopt. I think we'll do a roll call. So all those in favor of adoption, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and I'll ask Dave to please call the roll.
Council President Furman,
Aye.
Alder Carter,
No.
Alder Verveer,
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole,
Aye.
Alder Vitiver,
Aye.
Alder Evers.
No.
Mayor, it's 4 ayes and 2 noes.
With 4 ayes, that item will pass. And that takes us to item 17. We have a number of registrants on item 17.
Looks like we may have lost connection. President Furman, do you want to?
Yep, I'll go ahead and take over. So as the mayor was noting, we do have a number of registrants for item number 17. I just heard from the mayor that her battery is dead. So we'll go ahead and start by taking public comment. And our first registrant is Jamie Hawkins from District 12.
Yep. So we have 2 Jamies registered to speak, and we have 1 Jamie in the attendees. So I'm going to unmute Jamie and see which Jamie you are.
Not the person whose last name you just called, but I am registered to speak on this item. I can go whenever.
We'll come back to you in a moment.
Yep.
Thank you.
Looks like you're third here. So.
Okay, our next registrant is Jesse Ransom from Middleton. Jesse, are you here with us?
We do not have a Jesse on the call with us.
Okay, and then our next registrant is Jamie Blessing from District 6.
Hi, my name is Jamie Blessing. I don't know if
We can hear you.
Okay, I don't know if I can turn on video or if it matters. Anyway, yes, my name is Jamie Blessing. I live in the Marquette neighborhood. I'm here to speak on Madison's operating budget for 2023 and the importance of investing in our community, not cops. True solutions to safety come from investing in resources that meet our community's needs and support our neighbors who are vulnerable. Policing is a reactive response that often causes harm. Hiring an independent police monitor is an important step towards addressing this harm. We can also further prevent this harm by directing more city funding towards programs like CARES rather than increasing police spending. The current budget allocates over half of the city's funding for public health and safety to the police department. That is 10 times what is allocated for the public health department. Additionally, the Finance Committee voted to approve federal COPS funding for 6 new officers, which will leave the city on the hook to pay for them in 3 years. We cannot afford more policing when it doesn't meet the needs of our communities, doesn't prevent violence, and most importantly, continues to harm the most vulnerable among us. Instead, the city should continue to increase funding for the CARES program, which helps to prevent people who are experiencing mental health crises from being put in jail. The current proposal includes an additional $160,000 for the program. While this is a step in the right direction, we should direct a more significant portion of the $350 million city budget to this program that directly meets an important community need. Other needs that were identified as high priorities by Freedom Inc.'s community survey in 2020 include grocery stores, parks, community centers, streetlights, bus stops, and affordable housing. We do not need more police, we do not need differently trained police, and we do not need community outreach from police. Thank you for your time and for working to create a city budget that reflects our community's values and priorities.
Thank you, Jamie. Our next registrant is Alexandra Wilburn from District 2.
I do not see anyone by that name on our attendees list.
Okay, our next registrant is Amy Washbush from District 6.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. My name is Amy Washbush, and I'm a resident of District 6 near East High School. I've lived in Madison most of my life, and I'm raising my 3 kids here. I work as a researcher. 2 years ago, people here in Madison, like elsewhere, came out into the streets in the thousands over many nights to commit to a different model of safety and community, one that is not about racialized police violence, but a shift towards better things. This budget reflects some of those promises, such as youth employment programs, affordable housing, and the investment in the CARES program. But the portion of this budget requested by Chief Barnes and MPD insults those promises and everyone who believes in them. Despite the fact that the police budget is 1/4 of the overall city operational budget, 6 times what we give to community development and 12 times what we give to public health, Chief Barnes refused to even respond respectfully to the mayor's request for 1% reductions from all agencies. His budget and narrative instead goes through the motions, claims the impact would be significant, and threatens to make cuts to things like traffic enforcement and regular patrol positions that he knows you won't cut. When our schools have to make cuts, they don't threaten to first cut classroom teachers. This is dishonest and manipulative. More insulting is the way Chief Barnes and MPD secured grant funds to expand the police force. Not only did this require matching funds of the city and will position the city to pick up the cost for these 6 officers after 3 years, this grant process sidestepped discussion with the city and its residents around our interest in reducing investment in police and in increasing investment in community building and alternatives. Further, these grant funds are set to be used to double down on ineffective police youth initiatives that do not prevent, but rather only increase youth citations, arrests, and incarceration. Our youth deserve better. Finance Committee, alders, mayor, do not let Chief Barnes and MPD disrespect you and our community in this way. Reject this budget, reject the COPS grant, and require Chief Barnes to reduce the police budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amy. Our next registrant is Erica Ramberg, District 13.
I do not see anyone by that name in the attendees list. President Furman, it looks like Alexandra Wilburn has just joined us, and she was a previous registrant wishing to speak.
Yep, so we'll go to Alexandra now. So Alexandra, thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
You should have a prompt to unmute your, yep, there you go.
Hi, I'm on the bus right now, so I realize I'm just going to be sending in my comments via email. So I apologize for that because I can't hear really. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. And a little bit of background noise.
I'm just gonna briefly. I do oppose that we are still funding Matt Kenny to be on the police force. So any budget that is ever put up where the police salary is on the list, I think that it's a disgrace that we keep giving Matt Kenny a salary because he's a murderer. I also I believe that I think it's the Civil Rights Department I'm not sure of those part-time positions that they're adding, if they have health benefits. And I just think that, again, I think it's interesting that, Matt Kenny, who's a murderer, gets benefits, but people that connect community members to necessary programs may not have the same, they don't get paid as well as police officers. And, they're super helping people. That's super necessary job, and they're probably not getting healthcare benefits. And I think that they should get healthcare benefits. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra. We do have some people who don't have names. We'll come back to them afterwards and see if any of them are registrants. But in the meantime, I'm going to continue to go through the list, and then we'll look for the people that we weren't able to get, because I do see a phone number and I see somebody who has an organizational name. Our next registrant is Sol Kelly Jones from District 10.
Hi, am I unmuted? Yes, I am.
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Well, dear members of the Finance Committee, I'm really honored to speak before you today. My name is Sol Kelly Jones. I'm from District 10, and it's nice to look at a city budget where we can be excited about a lot of things. We can be excited about the investments in community, the investments in reproductive health, the investments in housing. Those are things to celebrate. The growth of the CARES program, even though I want to see even more robust funding for it. But I want to speak today mostly because I strongly oppose the addition of 6 police officers through the COPS grant that we as taxpayers are going to be on the hook for after 3 years. We know that policing, as others have spoken to, already has an oversized budget in comparison to the rest of city services, and new funds sort of in the representation of these 6 officers means even more bloated budget, and it doesn't reflect the directions we want to move as a city. We want to move towards looking to alternatives to policing. We want to move to models that uplift public safety, that centers the needs of those most vulnerable in our communities. We know that evidence shows again and again and again that police encounters with young Black and brown young people only increases their risk of criminalization later in life. If we as a city are actually committed to reducing racial disparities, we need to reject proposals that are business as usual, proposals that uplift policing as the model of safety and actually invest in what we know works, right? We know that funding for things like housing, funding for robust youth programs, centering the needs of community centers and youth workers and organizations that know the needs of their own communities matters. I believe that Madison can be a leader in moving in these different directions and shifting away from policing as the response to all harms. And I want to see us investing there. I don't want to see us continuing business as usual. I want to see our creativity. I want to see our capacity. And I want to see that we're listening to our most vulnerable residents who continue to be marginalized, centering the needs and the calls of those most impacted, and charting a new course as a city. So I urge you on the Finance Committee to have the courage to stand for a new direction we're asking for as a city, to oppose these 6 new officers, to oppose kind of having us as taxpayers again have to pay more and more and more and more into policing rather than investing in actual youth programs, not more youth policing. And I encourage you and ask you to support more robust funding for programs like CARES and investing in the exciting things in this budget, not more policing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Larissa Duncan from District 15.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Finance Committee. My name is Larissa Duncan, and as said, I'm a resident of District 15 in Madison. I'm also an MMSD parent. and I work as a university faculty member. And I'm here to, first of all, thank you all for your work. There's so much to like about the proposed operating budget for 2023. I'm really pleased to see the expansion of the CARES program to run 7 days per week from 5, funding for an independent police monitor, and funding for things like reproductive health, more investment in public health and prevention of the problems that lead us to be less safe. And that's why I'm here to speak with you today, as I'm very concerned to see the matching funds that the city is committing to the federal community-oriented policing services, the COPS program, to hire 6 new police officers to engage in community policing, as I believe that will backfire and make us all less safe. The COPS matching funds that the Finance Committee approved for this year's 2023 operating budget seem relatively minimal at first, only about $95,000. However, the city will soon have to pay the entire salaries for these 6 new positions in just a few years at a cost of over $500,000. Those funds would be much better spent by increasing things like the CARES funding, which is happening to some degree. But what would happen if we had 6 more positions there instead of just 2? What if we invested in youth programs, as others have said, that we know from a tremendous amount of research data are the true avenues for preventing violence? The COPS community policing model has a stated purpose of improving police legitimacy, which sounds to me more like a public relations job. But we know that those interactions with youth by police do lead to brown and Black children being criminalized. In a city where we have some of the worst racial disparities in the entire nation in incarceration of Black people, do we really want to be investing more when we're already spending 10 times as much on policing than we do on public health? So I'm here to advocate for the shift of your decision. Please rescind your Finance Committee support of the 2023 match for federal COPS funding. I've spoken with many other parents who feel the same way. We do not want more police in our neighborhoods surrounding our schools. We want more neighborhood resources. We want to invest our tax dollars in BIPOC-led youth-serving organizations and in the public infrastructure that prevents the root causes of violence in our communities. So I'll just close by asking you, please don't send us a bill in just a few years to pay for these new police officers we don't want or need. Please keep us all safer by investing in positive, proactive measures, ones that we're already starting to do that we could expand instead. And I thank you very much for your time and your work on this.
Thank you. We'll go back to some other registrants that I see. Jamie Hawkins is back. Jamie, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here. Hello, my name is Jamie, and I live in the Eakin Park neighborhood in Madison. And I am a parent of a child in MMSC, and just part of the community here in Madison. And I'm here to speak on Madison's operating budget for 2023 and the importance of investing in our community and not cops. So true solutions to safety come from investing in resources that meet our community's needs and support our neighbors who are vulnerable. Policing is a reactive response that often causes harm. I currently live in a neighborhood that serves East High School, and I have been a part of what's been going on there over the last year or two. And I believe, as a community member in that neighborhood, that more police are not needed around high schools to police our youth. We need to support youth in the community with community programming, not community police. We can also further prevent this harm by directing more city funding towards programs like CARES rather than increasing police spending. We know that the current budget allocates over half of the city's funding for public health and safety to the police department. This is 10 times what is allocated to the public health department. Additionally, the Finance Committee voted to approve the federal COPS funding, as others have talked about, for 6 new officers. And so we will be left on the hook, we as the city of Madison, to pay for them in 3 years. We cannot afford more policing when it doesn't meet the needs of our communities, doesn't prevent violence, and most importantly, continues to harm the most vulnerable among us, mostly including Black and brown youth. Instead, the city should continue to increase funding for the CARES program, which helps to prevent people who are experiencing mental health crises from being put in jail. The current proposal includes an extra $160,000 for the program, and I believe this is a step in the right direction. However, we should direct a more significant portion of the $350 million city budget to this program that directly meets an important community need. Other needs that were identified as high priorities include, and this is done by Freedom Inc. Community Survey in 2020, they include grocery stores, parks, community centers, streetlights, bus stops, and affordable housing. So we do not need more police. We do not need differently trained police. We do not need community outreach from police. We need services that directly support and impact members of our community. So thank you for your time and for working to create a city budget that reflects our community values and priorities, and for rescinding the agreement to take the COPS funding. Thank you.
Thank you. So if my records are right, it looks like we have Erica Ramberg with us now, and she did not speak earlier, from District 13. Erica, you are unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Hi, y'all. My name is Erica Ramberg, and I live in District 13. I'm a parent of 2 MMSD elementary students, and I have lived in Madison most of my life. Additionally, as part of my work, I get to spend time in many local schools, working with college students who want to be teachers and the incredible children who are their students. I'm here to speak on Madison's operating budget and the importance of investing in our children and our community and not cops. We know that children learn best and are at their best when they feel safe and cared for, when their families are experiencing stability, when they have access to housing, jobs, medical care, living wages, and when their communities are life-affirming. Increasing funding for police through the COPS grant does nothing to provide the care, stability, safety, violence prevention, and well-being that children and families deserve in our community. With the COPS grant, taxpayers will be on the hook for paying for 6 new police officers in 3 years, a cost we cannot afford to take on now or ever, especially when there are so many more meaningful opportunities to prevent violence and meet our community's needs and support our children. We need to uplift the priorities from our BIPOC children and community members who experience outsized harm from the police. As others have mentioned, Freedom Inc.'s community budget process put forward important ideas from that community. It included grocery stores, parks, community centers, streetlights, bus stops, and affordable housing. And in the current budget, more robust funding from programs like CARES, as you've heard, which stands at a mere $160,000, will have a much more meaningful impact on our community than increasing police funding. We know that you've heard from other speakers too, that contact with police has nothing but harmful impacts for our children, and children deserve the best from us always. Invest in them and in their community and not cops. Thank you for your time and working to create a city budget that reflects our community's values and priorities for our children.
Thank you. I think we're going to try our person who has dialed in from 608 number. Stefan, do you want to try to unmute them and we can see?
Yep. So you should have a prompt to unmute yourself. Otherwise, *9 will unmute you. Might be behind an application.
So I do see a hand is up, so.
Try *6.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, we can. Did you register to speak this evening?
I did not. I was just listening in, and the video and the audio online wasn't playing, so I called in on the phone instead.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We just wanted to make sure we got all the registrants. Thanks for calling in and listening. All right, with that, it looks like we've got everybody who is here that signed up to speak. We'll go ahead and now I believe get a presentation from the finance department related to the operating budget.
Thank you, Council President Furman. Thank you, committee members. I will share my screen and walk through an overview of the 2023 executive operating budget. Can everyone see that? Great, thanks.
Sure, I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 second and apologize to the finance committee members. I did not ask if anybody had any questions for our registrants, and I should have done that. I assume somebody would have raised their hand if they did, but I do at least want to apologize for that and say if anybody has questions, please raise your hand, and the people that are remaining we can ask. But if there are no questions, we can go back to that presentation. All right, sorry about that. Thank you, and resume.
All right, no worries. All right, it's back up on the screen. We'll cover today the highlights of the proposed operating budget, looking at revenue and expenditures, the priority areas as proposed by the mayor, how the budget is balanced. Talk a little bit about some of the agency budget proposals, including centrally budgeted costs, the Common Council, the Mayor's Office, and the Independent Monitor. And then just quickly run through the timeline and schedule of the briefings that you'll be receiving from the agencies today, as well as at tomorrow's meeting. So the operating budget proposes a little under $382 million of general and library fund spending. We focus on that, as you all know, because that really is the core of services in the budget, as well as it's tied to setting the annual property tax levy. The budget outside of that $382 million includes the utilities, such as the water and sewer utilities, any sort of grant funding we might receive that's deposited in the city's grant fund, and then our internal services, which, for example, include our fleet service operations. The operating budget, as proposed, is a 6% increase, about $21.6 million compared to the adopted 2022 budget. And this increase is attributed to a wide range of factors, including some one-time allocations, increasing debt service costs associated with the capital budget, and the debt issued to pay for those projects, increases in employee compensation, as well as expansions in programs. Under the state mandated levy limit, which sets the allowable increase in the property tax levy each year, the executive budget leaves about $415,000 that's not yet been used in that maximum levy, and that's the amount remaining for the council can choose to spend through its amendment process. The graph on this page just gives you a sense of how that increase is broken down. A little under 10 million is associated with one-time items. About 25% is that increase in debt service that I referenced. And then the remaining portion of it is employee compensation, program expansions. And just to be clear, and we'll talk about this a little bit later in the presentation, that's a net number of a one-time reduction of $7.7 million in the subsidy from the general fund to Metro Transit, which is made possible through remaining one-time federal economic recovery funding for transit operations. So breaking that budget down into its functional components, you can see the graph on the left here of this slide. The largest share of the budget is for the police, fire, public health, and independent monitor budgets of $163 million. Second largest sort of functional area of the budget is the debt service, which represents about 17% of the general fund budget and a little under $62 million. Public Works is the next largest share, about 47 million from the general fund. And then you can see the rest is followed by planning and development, which includes community development, economic development, planning, and so on, as well as the administrative agencies such as finance, human resources, information technology, which is the largest share of that function. We also have the miscellaneous and direct appropriations of capital, which is about $19.9 million. And that is larger than what you've seen in prior years. We have all of the centrally budgeted amounts there for pay increases, for example. Those have not yet been distributed to agency budgets. They've been budgeted centrally, as well as the direct appropriation to capital and some transfers to other funds that we'll get into, including transfer to the insurance fund and to the affordable housing fund to pay debt service. If we look at the expenditures by type, no surprises, we've kind of given you background on how the budget's put together. Almost 2/3 of the budget is for personnel costs. So that's the pay and benefits and associated compensation costs for all the city employees who provide the services in these functional areas. Turning to the revenues in the general library fund, the general fund budget, almost 3/4 of the budget is funded from property taxes, and that reflects the overall structure of local government finance in Wisconsin, in contrast to many or most other states, which have a much more diverse stream of revenue for local governments. But in Wisconsin, very reliant on property taxes, as well as intergovernmental aid, which is primarily state shared revenue and state general transportation aid, as well as expenditure restraint payments and payment for municipal services for services provided by the city for state-owned buildings in the city. Our local revenues account for about 16%. That includes things such as building permits, clerk's licenses, ambulance conveyance fees, our investment income, and similar types of revenues in those categories. We also have we have 3.4 million of fund balance applied. That is the life and wage insurance surplus that is being used to fund a one-time $1,000 payment to all permanent city employees. Drilling down a little bit further into local revenues, they are strongly recovering from the pandemic, and they are up nearly 15% or a little under $7 million in 2023 compared to 2022. That does leave out one-time items in this grouping of revenues, including ARPA funding for government services and TID surplus revenues that have been applied or proposed to be applied in the 2023 budget. So you can see this by category, just moving left to right, our charges for services, which includes ambulance fees, payments in lieu of taxes, the largest of which is the payment from the water utility. That's about $7.9 million per year. Licensing and permits, the largest element in that category is building permits. Room taxes are recovering very strongly in 2023 compared to 2022. And just as a reminder, the general fund receives 30% of room tax revenues. The other 70% is allocated by the city's room tax commission for tourism-related activities. Fines and forfeitures are about the same. Investment income is way up as interest rates have been rising. That means the cash balances that the city carries on a daily and monthly basis are earning more investment income and are projected to continue to have that in 23 compared to 22. Finally, there's some other miscellaneous revenues that are in this grouping. So turning to priority areas in the operating budget, I think this has been well explained in the communications from the mayor. And you can find more details on this in the executive summary, as well as within the mayor's message that's in the executive summary. But 3 areas: safer communities, healthier neighborhoods, and opportunities for youth. The CARES program is expanded, and a emergency manager position, permanent position, full-time, is added in the fire department. You'll hear more about that when the fire department speaks about its budget. Continues funding for violence prevention activities in both the public health and community development division, and creates a program manager for the Vision Zero activities, contingent on receiving a Safe Streets for All grant, federal grant that's a part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Under healthier neighborhoods, when we look at all services, there are no funding reductions to services that are proposed in this budget. There's a significant increase in funding for reproductive health access and services through public health. And just a reminder, that is jointly funded by both the city and the county. There's funding for affordable housing and funding for unsheltered homeless support, including operating funding funded from ARPA, as well as a one-time $2 million in funding to help seed a public-private endowment to help pay for ongoing homeless shelter operation costs. And then there's also an affordability program proposed to help low-income individuals and families, help them pay for municipal services fees, including water and sewer and stormwater services. This is contingent upon approval by the State of Wisconsin Public Service Commission, and a proposal to do this is in front of the commission right now. In the youth opportunities area, the Parks Alive program, which was started on a pilot basis in 2022, is funded on a permanent basis in the executive operating budget, including a program manager, funding for interns, and supplies for this program. And then funding that has been allocated for youth adult employment opportunities is expanded by $250,000 in the proposed operating budget, trying to build on some of the one-time funding that's been allocated through ARPA for this priority. So we'll turn from the priorities to property taxes and how the budget affects the overall levy. The levy is increasing 5.5%. And as I said earlier, that's within the levy limit maximum, about $415,000 less than that maximum. And I'll show a graph on a couple of slides that just breaks that down into what are the components of that increase. Assessed value in the city is increasing by about 14%. So that's the taxable value of property in the city, net of increases in TIDs, which we can't tax for city operating budget purposes. And that total assessed value is about $35.5 million. And that does include an assumption of the amount of value of property and parcels that'll be attached to the city when the town of Madison ceases to exist at the end of this month. The mill rate, as a result of that combination of the levies going up by 5.5%, but assessed values going up much more than that, the tax rate is going down by 7.5% to a total of a little under 7.7 mils. And that's the rate that'll be applied to the value of every parcel of property that's taxable in the city to generate that city portion of the property tax bill. Just to break this levy increase down a little bit further from a levy limit perspective, it's about a $14.2 million increase. And you can see, compared to what was in the 2022 budgeted levy increase, net new construction is up and that reflects the strength of Madison's economy, the number of new buildings being constructed around the city. Next is debt service, which is going up significantly. You can see the major difference there with debt service up quite a bit, about $8.7 million compared to 2022. And 2.7 million of that, you may recall that back in September, as a part of the debt issuance for 2022, there was a refunding or a refinancing of revenue bond debt for water utility projects, and that was refunded as general obligation debt, which will still be paid by water utility revenues, but it did result in an economic savings to the water utility, as well as creating this additional levy limit room for the 2023 budget. And then the town of Madison, which is this red part of the 2023 column here, with the attachment of the parcels from the town of Madison to the city, there is an adjustment under the levy limit, and that is about a $2.1 million increase in the allowable levy from attaching those properties as allowed under state law. So just looking quickly at a time series, when we compare the property tax levy as proposed in the 2023 executive operating budget with prior years, that 5.5% increase is higher than what we've seen in prior years. The average over the past 20 years has been about 4.1%. I mentioned earlier increases in property valuations. That total is $35.5 billion. For the average value home, that's a 12.4% increase. And you can see the those values and how they've changed from 22 to 23. Majority of the property in the city is residential, followed by commercial. A big share of that commercial property is multifamily housing. And then a very small share of the budgets for manufacturing, agricultural, and personal property. Not only do we look at the total levy, but taking that total levy, dividing it into the total assessed value of the city gets that tax rate, as we talked about earlier. When we apply that tax rate to the average value home, the tax on the average value home is going up just under 4%. The average we've seen over the last 20 years has been 3.6%, so slightly above average. Another major change that's occurring in this budget, it's a one-time change, is the subsidy provided by the general fund to Metro Transit. And that total subsidy in 2022 is about $9.1 million. That really helps to basically fund what is a gap in Metro's annual budget between its costs and the amount of revenue it gets from fare box, fare passes, state and local aid, and partner revenues for partner services provided to partner communities. And that's about $9.1 million. In 2023, that's being reduced by $7.7 million. And that really is a reflection of the amount of remaining one-time federal economic recovery, federal economic rescue funding for transit that remains. And I think an interest and concern in capturing that money as quickly as possible. There is some concern about a risk of what Congress may do with that funding. And so by reducing the city subsidy, we can capture all that remaining one-time funding in 2023. That'll be repaid. The subsidy will be restored in 2024, as well as some of that reduction repaid. And that repayment will occur over the subsequent 3 years, 24, 25, and 26, back to Metro from the general fund. And the 2023 budget is set up in such a way with a number of one-time items so that there's sufficient budget authority to pay that back, start paying that back in 2024 and stay within our expenditure restraint limits so that we continue to qualify for $7 million of state aid under that program. And those one-time expenses are on this slide. You can see that includes that $1,000 one-time payment to permanent employees, 3.4 million. The shelter operation costs, which are being funded from ARPA funding, that one-time funding to help seed an endowment for ongoing shelter operations costs, one-time funding for the insurance fund, and I'll touch on that a little bit further on a future slide, and one-time funding to help the Affordable Housing Fund pay debt service on debt issued to help pay for affordable housing projects, and then a compensation study that I'll get into a little more detail. So a total of $9.8 million one time, and that helps with the 2024 budget and repaying in this 2-year shift in funds for Metro. Looking at the long range outlook, we touched on this in the past, but we have had to use one-time funding to balance recent budgets and to continue ongoing expenses, and that was exacerbated considerably by the economic effects of the pandemic. In 2023, we are using that $3.4 million of balance. It's surplus in a portion of the city's general fund balance that's set aside for employee life and wage insurance premiums. And there is a surplus there, and that'll be used to make a one-time payment to permanent employees in 2023. There's also 6.9 million of surplus that's in closed tax increment districts. That's primarily TID 25, the downtown Southeast Capital TID, which has been in existence since 1995 and has closed, and there's a significant surplus there. The school district, Madison Metropolitan School District, Dane County, and Madison College will also share in that significant remaining surplus. The 2024 budget, as we look out ahead, we do have about $10 million remaining to help balance that budget, 4.4 million from the ARPA for government services, and about 5.5 million from other TIDs that are expected to close over the next year. Those deficits do get larger once that one-time funding is gone in 2025 and beyond, and there will have to be a number of measures worked through, and we've talked about those to balance those future budgets. So that's a quick overview. I'll turn now to just some quick summaries of some of the smaller budgets and centrally budgeted funds. So first on debt service, about $61.6 million. We did receive, as you may recall, what's called a reoffering premium from the 2022 debt issuance of 6.1 million. That has been applied to pay for debt service as required under state law. And that's reduced the general fund debt service to the amount you see there, the 61.6 million. When we, in each budget, we also have what's called a direct appropriation for capital projects. Under city ordinance, that amount should equal the amount applied from this reoffering premium to pay for debt service, unless the council decides to put in a different amount under a 2/3 vote. The council has done that for the last 3 budgets, and that would continue as proposed in the 2023 budget, with 1.1 million being appropriated for capital projects rather than the 6.1 million. Other direct appropriations, we talked about debt service, which is an increase of about 5.5 million over the prior year. And the contingent reserve is increased to 1.9 million. And we have a city policy of maintaining at least 0.5% in the contingent reserve. And that's primarily for any sort of emergency spending during the year. In the employee compensation and benefits area, most of the pay increases in this budget are centrally budgeted in direct appropriations at this point. And those include a 3% cost of living adjustment for general municipal employees. So 2% of that is the same as the 2% increase that has been negotiated by the police and fire unions. And the cost of that related to the general municipal employees is the amounts that you see there. There's a non-general fund effect, obviously, with that as well. And then there's an additional 1% catch up for the general municipal employees to close that wage equity gap over the next few years with having that 1% add on to whatever the police and fire unions may get through their contracts. The amounts budgeted for compensated absence escrow. So these are amounts paid out at retirement to employees where they may have built up leave balances. Based on trends, we've added $750,000 to that centrally budgeted cost compared to 2022. And then there's also funding $350,000 for a comprehensive compensation study, really to look at all policies and procedures, working in concert with the labor unions and associations to look at how does the city compare on a market basis? Where are there areas where we are the same or different from our peer governments in terms of overall compensation structure? And what changes can we make to improve that and to be more competitive in terms of recruiting and retaining talent? In the area of transfers to other funds, there is a $1.1 million transfer to the Affordable Housing Fund. So that fund, there's debt that's been issued to pay for affordable housing projects. That fund needs revenue to repay that debt. So this is basically a 2-year transfer. There was not a transfer made in 2022 when the first year of debt service was paid. There was sufficient cash balance to do that. And then the amount's about a little over $550,000 a year in debt service. Going forward, all debt that's issued for affordable housing will be general fund supported. So this transfer will not need to be increased in the future. I talked about the capital projects, the direct appropriation, the insurance fund. We normally and have in this 2023 budget adjusted the payment amounts that are the billings that are made to agencies based on their experience in the insurance fund. So this is our property and liability insurance and claim costs there. We have had, though, this year in 2022, considerable amount of claim activity. Some of that's tied to recent settlements. And so an additional $1.5 million is budgeted in 2023 to respond to those that spike in claims in 2022. Public health, that increase is significant to public health. That's the city's share. Some of that's for the sexual and reproductive health services activities, an expansion of that in public health. That's a little under $500,000. There's also an increase in there for pay increases for public health employees who are county employees and will receive the county cost of living adjustment that's proposed in the county's 2023 budget. And then I mentioned the reduction in the general fund subsidy to Metro, which will then be restored and that amount repaid over the subsequent 3 years. So workers' comp and insurance, I think I already covered those and the situation there. Turning to the Common Council budgets, these are all proposals that were forwarded in the Common Council's budget request. It includes a shift in funding for hourly wages to help with additional funding for conferences and trainings, membership for the council staff. That is a net increase of about $1,250 on an ongoing basis. All their expense accounts budgets are increased by $250 per council member. And those can be used for stipends for all their interns, but can also be used for other activities. That's a $5,000 ongoing increase. And then there's funding for consulting services for the topics that are explained in that bullet point. That's a cost of $25,000. In the mayor's office, the mayor will get a pay increase per city ordinance. And then the mayor's office does shift funding equal to 1% of their costs to continue shifting personnel costs to the capital budget for sustainability improvements, as well as some supply and services reductions. And then the Office of the Independent Monitor is basically unchanged other than adjustments to position costs. And you can see the split there between the funding for the office's position, the oversight board, and then the legal services funding, which remains unchanged from the inception of this budget. Turning to the Room Tax Commission. Room Tax Commission has already acted on their 2023 budget allocations, and under state law that they are the body that allocates the 70% of room taxes. And you can see some of the major categories here. Room taxes are recovering strongly. It's up almost $5 million to $19 million. And to sum up very, very generally, the amounts in each of the major expenditure areas has returned to the pre-pandemic level for the most part, with some additional funding for Monona Terrace operating costs to reflect the fact that their revenue recovery is not as rapid or as strong as overall room tax recovery. And you can see the amounts there for the Destination Madison, the Convention Visitors Bureau, and its marketing activities, the city's marketing activities, which include arts and cultural programs, and Sister City support as well. Overture Center has returned to its pre-pandemic city subsidy level. The zoo and Old Brick Gardens has returned to that level. There's a new funding allocation for the Alliance Center, and that really reflects that facility and the land it's located on coming into the city of Madison with the end of the town of Madison. And the Alliance Center had been receiving a portion of the town's room taxes. Room Tax Commission agreed to continue an allocation to the Alliance Center in response to that prior agreement. And then you can see the amount of room tax, and we talked about that earlier, that's retained by, that's sent to the general fund as allowed under state law. All right, so that's a quick overview of some of the budget, as well as an overview of the revenues and expenditures and priorities in the budget. And we'll turn now to the timeline and the schedule for the briefings that you'll see today and tomorrow. Just again, a reminder of the timetable and the mayor introducing executive budget. So on the operating side, that occurred last week. You are meeting today and tomorrow on the for budget hearings to hear from each of the agencies and what is in their proposed budget. We then will have Finance Committee amendments to the operating budget, and alders should submit their proposals no later than noon on Wednesday, October 26th. So that is a week from this Wednesday. And then those amendments will be published Friday of next week by around noon. And if you have ideas for amendments, please begin that process very soon. And then you will meet again, the Finance Committee, 2 weeks from today to consider those amendments and vote on them and recommend an amended budget to the full council. Full council, then there's another opportunity for amendments. And those council amendments, both to the capital and the operating budgets, are due on November 9th at noon. And again, from the capital budget side, if you have further amendments, you may want to start thinking about those and working on those, as well as after the Finance Committee takes its action on the operating budget, if there are other amendments there. Those are due November 9th at noon, Finance Department staff, and then those will be published at noon on Friday, November 11th, and then the full council meets beginning November 15th to consider any of those council amendments, adopt the budget, and adopt the resolution with the property tax levy in it. So today, this evening, agencies will be before you. They will have 1 to 3 slides that highlight their operating budgets and talk about any major changes. The goal is to keep those to about 5 minutes per agency, and then Finance Committee members will have the opportunity to ask questions. And then after these briefings is really a great time to begin to submit any amendments that you may want to make and send those into the budget team. And if you look at the budget employee net page, you can see the budget staff, their agency portfolios, and who to work with. And if you have any uncertainty about that, just please contact Christine and she can assist you with that. And then you can find all the budget materials at the budget webpage. I'll just click on this really quickly. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but oh, there we go. Let's see, stop my share and I'll start again. I assume you can all see that. This is what the page looks like. You can see the full operating budget here at this first link, the executive budget summary, which has a lot of the material that I just went through in the overview. And then each of the components of the budget, including the summaries, the special fund statements, and each of the operating budgets is listed there, including the highlights and the components of those budget requests. I'll just go back quickly to the presentation and wrap that up. So the briefing schedule today, you can see Library of Monona Terrace, the Planning, Community, and Economic Development divisions, the Fire and Police departments, as well as the division or the Department of Civil Rights and the Finance Department today. Tomorrow it'll be Municipal Court, Public Health, the rest of the administration agencies, the transportation agencies, and the public works agencies. And that'll begin right at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. I think that's everything. I will stop there and be happy if you have.
Thank you. Before we take questions, I do at least want to give the viewing public at home a quick notice that I received via email from our IT media team. There were some issues with the live stream from, I believe, about 4:30 to 5:30. The issues have been corrected, but the full recording will be available shortly after this meeting. So if anybody missed things because of some issues that were happening with the video, it sounds like the full recordings will be posted shortly after this meeting. That will have all the material that was missed. So I just wanted people to know that are watching at home. Any questions about that portion of the presentation? Alder Paulson, go ahead.
Yeah, if this is a longer than 1 minute answer, Dave, you can take this up offline and email in a memo or something, but I'm still a little befuddled on the Metro Transit and some of the payback in future years. Like, I guess I'm not sure who are we paying back and how does that work on what's going on there for that 3-year payback in the future?
So that payback is between the general fund and Metro Transit. So we're taking a 7.7 million reduction that in 2023, that 7.7 million will be restored in 2024. And then the 7.7 million that was sort of not received by Metro in 2023 will be paid back in 2024, 25, and 26. So it's basically a transfer between the general fund and the Metro Transit Enterprise Fund. That's really, as I said, to be able to capture all of that federal, primarily ARPA funding in 2023 and be able to use it in 2023.
Okay, I'm still a little confused why we have to pay it back, but I'll give you a call sometime and you can explain
Okay.
it. I think I think I'm lost on a little bigger point. So
sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Alder Revere, go ahead.
Thank you, President Furman. And thank you very much, Dave, for the budget overview. I have a couple questions about general fund revenues. And I think now would be the correct time to ask those questions. Obviously, I know we're all pleased that almost across the board, but not quite, in our general fund revenues, we have projected collections this year above budgeted levels. So your estimates in the executive operating budget make sense in most every respect. But the couple that I have questions about are as follows. I'm just kind of going in the order in the budget book. The first question I have is about parking violations. I thought there'd perhaps be more discussion in the executive operating budget about our unfortunate significant increase in the towing contract with Schmitz. And I see in the parking utility, and obviously we're meeting with them tomorrow evening, but when the PU does anticipate the extraordinary expenditure increase, but I didn't see anything in terms of the towing fee being increased in the executive operating budget. Perhaps I missed it. So anyway, as it relates to the question about general fund revenues, the projected collection for next year is identical to the projection for this year. And I'm wondering, shouldn't there be an increase to assume that we will have an ordinance amendment sooner rather than later to try to not lose as much money on the increased towing fees?
There is no increase in the towing fee proposed in the 2023 executive operating budget. So that's why you don't see that reflected. There is, I think, interest in investigating that, and in particular, conducting an equity analysis, which will take some time to conduct. And the timetable for that is, I think, still yet to be set in terms of when and if there might be an amendment to the ordinance on the towing contract. So that's why you don't see anything reflected or shown in the budget regarding the towing fee.
Thank you. And I'll get into that then tomorrow with the parking utility staff. Because I think time is of the essence in terms of the amount of money we're losing now that the contract has gone into effect, the new contract. The next question I have is about clerk's licenses. And as you know, we have the typical 2-year operator license cycle, bartender license cycle, and that occurred this year in the even numbered years. But I see that the executive operating budget assumes the same collection as this year's projection. Do you know why their assumption is the same for this year's collection and next year's collection for clerk's licenses?
So, Alder Revere, we don't really expect that to recover to the level of what's in the 2022 budget. So really what we're sort of showing is we will see recovery in 2023, and that really kind of offsets that $100,000 difference roughly associated with the biennial licenses.
So and I can get into this with the city clerk tomorrow, but you're saying that it's your understanding that the office has experienced a significant decrease in licenses during the pandemic? We're certainly as busy as ever at ALRC meetings.
The amount of revenues we're collecting are not matching what we saw pre-pandemic. Those are still recovering.
Okay, again, I'll preview for tomorrow with the city clerk on that one. The next question I had, and perhaps this will be the last, is can you remind us, please, what under charges for services, fire service line item is? And then again, if you look at that, and for those following along on page 13 of the budget book, the collections this year are projected to be 1.5 million, and then next year drop down to 900,000.
Sure. So those primarily are intergovernmental agreements that the city has with primarily the village of Shorewood, as well as the town of Burke, the town of Blooming Grove, and right now the town of Madison. So with the town of Madison ceasing to exist in 2 weeks, the amount of revenue that we're receiving for that intergovernmental agreement, that service agreement, will go away. And that has been about $900,000 in, I believe, 2021 and 2022. And I think in 2022, it's about, it's less than that, 750,000 or so. So that amount will be no longer received by the city because the town will not exist. And in effect, will be getting the town's a portion of their levy to pay for that cost.
Thank you. That explains that perfectly. Those are all my questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, go ahead. Alder, you're muted.
I did hit that button.
We can hear you now.
Thank you. Dave, thank you. So my questions are about the tax. The last slide in your presentation about the, what is that, the hotel tax, whatever it's called, I don't know, the room tax credits or money there. So I think last time we discussed this, there's some rule where we get a percentage goes to, for them to use on their operations, and the percentage comes to the general fund. So I wanted to ask you about that, but then I found in page 22 there, explains the 70-30% values. But then I'm just trying to digest all this information, and my main question is: are we going to get a 30%? Are we going to get the 30% that is supposed to come over to the general fund this year, or are we not going to get that 30%? So their values seem to be okay now after the pandemic. So are we going to start collecting or not?
So thanks for that question, Alder Figueroa Cole. So with the room tax, just to give that background again, the revenues received from the room tax, at least 70% of those revenues need to go to the room tax commission under state law. The city can retain it as general fund no more than 30%. Now, in the 2020 and 2021 budgets, in order to assist those programs that are funded by the room tax commission, the city did not receive its 30% share. The 30% share did restart again in the 2022 budget. So the city is receiving in 2022 30% of room taxes. That will continue in 2023, and that is included in the revenues to the general fund in the 2023 executive operating budget. And the total, I believe, is $5.6 million.
And that's money that we can use anywhere across the budget.
Yep. So it's treated as a transfer into the general fund, and it is a part of balancing the overall general fund budget as proposed, the 2023 executive operating budget.
And unlike the metro funding, they're not going to pay us back for prior thing. We use ARPA money to kind of recoup that cost.
That's correct.
Okay, and then with the, can you just summarize what's going on with the Monona Terrace, the paragraph B on page 22?
You're referring to the budget, the room tax commission, just so I know which 2022 you're talking about.
So when he's talking about the 70-30% and he's talking about the reserves being exhausted for the Monona Terrace and some project that is coming through?
So we'll touch on the Monona Terrace, I think, in a few minutes because they'll walk through their budget. But this footnote in the room tax fund condition just explains that 70-30 split and just talks about, I think, making sure that Monona Terrace has sufficient reserves. It has historically tried to retain 20% of its expenditures in reserves because of the volatility, and as we've seen with the pandemic, extreme volatility in the in revenues that might be received by Monona Terrace, and that that those reserves were exhausted during the pandemic at the end of 2020, and then just an explanation of how the Room Tax Commission had to cut funding in 2020 in response to the pandemic by 50%, and that the room tax retained, as I explained earlier, 100% of room tax revenues to help stabilize all of those programs in 2020 and 2021. And then just that the balance that you see on the fund condition for the room tax fund is the unspent portion of the 70% of room taxes. So it's basically a room tax commission reserve. And so that's what that footnote is trying to explain. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have on that.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. I mean, I was kind of hung up on the future renovation discussion, but I'm sure if something else is happening, then they can explain their time. And that's all I got for now. Thank you so much, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole, Alder Vitiver.
Since we're talking about room tax, can you help me understand the 15,000 for the WIAA tournament, what that is actually for?
Sure. So thanks for that question, Alder Vitiver. That provision's been in place for a number of years, and basically it was I think an agreement worked out between Destination Madison and the city. There was a time a few years ago when the WIAA boys basketball tournament, there was some risk that it would leave Madison and go to Green Bay. And this additional sort of direct supplement was seen as a way to keep the tournament in Madison.
Sorry, so it's not like it's for traffic control or increased police presence or anything?
It's just it's a part of, I think, marketing agreements that they have with WIAA.
Okay. And do we have any sense of what dollars that brings into the city overall? I know it's not coming into the city coffers, but revenue to businesses.
I don't. I can reach out to Destination Madison. They may have those figures.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions on the overview? Seeing none, then let's get started with the agency briefings. We'll start with the public spaces and with the Madison Public Library.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Greg Michaels, Library Director, and looking very bright here. Let's see if I can tone that down a little for you. I'd like to start with the highlight, which is simply Mayor Satya was able to fund our 2023 operating budget to allow us to maintain our current level of services, which we're very happy for. That allows us to maintain our current level of staffing, provide the same level of resources, services, and programs that we're doing now. I did want to point out my narrative that I also talked about, in addition to our current level of funding, we do continue to rely on strategic community partnerships and private funding to help expand that capacity beyond our current level of funding within the operating budget. To give you an example of what I mean by that would be like the Dream Bus. We've been operating the Dream Bus since 2019. It initially started out providing services at 4 locations throughout the city. The Dream Bus now makes visits to 14 different locations across the city. That was we were only able to achieve that through our partnership with Dane County Library Services. Dane County Library Services provides the staffing for that service. They also provide all the maintenance and the housing of the vehicle itself, which is really important to keep the services on the road and reaching those neighborhoods. The operating cost for that service is right around about $100,000 a year. All of those costs since 2019 have been covered by the Madison Public Library Foundation. And they just recently recommitted to cover the Dream Bus for the next 3 years. I would add, in addition to covering the operating costs, the foundation also covered the initial cost for the vehicle, which was over $200,000, including putting the resources on it. Alder Bidover, do you have a question already? Should I? Oh, okay. You're in. All right. Going on, the next 2 parts in our presentation of the operating budget for the library is position changes, which was also in conjunction with our supplemental request. What we asked the mayor to support was the addition of 2 security monitors at Hawthorne Library. Currently, we only have security monitors at our central library and our Meadow Ridge Library. What we began to witness was an increase in troublesome behavior in the shopping center where the Hawthorne Library is. We're adjacent also to public health. We met with Janelle from public health, and we talked about the challenges both of our agencies were faced with this kind of increase in behavior. We worked closely with Madison Police Department. They helped resolve some of the issues that were happening, but it's very burdensome on the staff to constantly have to correct and address these behaviors. So the addition of 2 security monitors at this location would be really beneficial to the staff. And it also allows us to make sure that we can keep our libraries as welcoming to everyone in the community. And I don't want you to get the impression that security monitors are like a uniform individual that is armed and more of a policing action. Our security monitors are actually more focused on establishing relationships with our patrons as they come in and helping address behavior issues within the library and around the library so that we maintain a consistent, welcoming atmosphere for that. There's a tremendous need, particularly at Hawthorne Library for our services. You'll see heavy usage of the public computers. We'll see a lot of families walking to the facility to use it. And it's imperative that we continue to keep it welcoming and that customers using both the clinic and in the library at that location feel comfortable in doing so. So 1 slide, and hopefully we'll get your evening started out really quick here. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Greg. Other questions for library? Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Michaels. Can you explain, will security have like security outfits, or will they be kind of plain dressed?
That's a great question, Alder Curry. We all of our security monitors are usually just dressed in street clothes. There's no uniform at all. Basically, the way they're identified is by a lanyard around their neck, and that's very intentional. That We do it that way because, you know, we're working with to establish relationships with the patrons and to be able to enforce our behavior policies in a way that is best suited to address those issues. So no, it's not uniform. They don't carry any type of weapons or anything else along those lines. We rely on de-escalating as our main way of addressing behavior issues.
Thank you so much, Director Michaels. That is definitely a thoughtful approach. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Greg, for your presentation. I don't remember it ever being this short, but anyway, congratulations on that. I want to ask you the question I know I ask you, I think, most every year to start, and that is, could you share with us what the approximate library fund balance is and how it's trending?
Are you Alder Verveer talking about our reserve balance?
Exactly.
Or
Yes, the reserve.
I believe we have Lori Suter, our accountant, online. She might be able to give a better number for that. Thanks, Lori.
Thanks for the delay. I was able to look that up. Our current year-end 2021 fund balance is 2.7 million. And we have been trending up due to a lot of vacancies in our positions, but we haven't had as many vacancies this year, so I expect it to start stabilizing. The amount that finance has directed us to have for our reserves is 5% or just over 1 million.
Thank you very much, Lori. Appreciate that. And
You're
welcome. I think this is the first time you've ever appeared.
I have appeared a couple of times. I haven't had to speak.
But I mean, had the opportunity to speak with us. So thank you very much. Appreciate the answer and you being with us. I think I only had one other question as I was reviewing your executive operating budget, Greg and Lori, and that is that in charges for services, I see that there's a bit of a decrease. And could you remind us what charges for services are? My guess was it was reproduction services like printing and copying for the public. First, am I correct on that? Public printing and copies, or is the charges for services other items?
Yeah, the charges for services include the reproduction, but it also includes our facility rental and catering concession commissions that we receive, and then our different services that we provide to South Central Library Service.
I see. So generally, Lori, is the decrease because all of the above haven't returned to pre-pandemic levels, or could you comment on that?
Sure. All of our South Central Library services revenue, it remains stable. We are expecting a reduction in the facility rental, the reproduction services, and our reimbursement of expense.
And just to give you some clarity, Alder Verveer, on reproduction services, we have a central print shop that we provide services to other libraries in the South Central system. So instead of them using commercial printers, a lot of times they'll come to us, and we're seeing a decrease in that demand.
I see. So it's really more, Greg and Lori, your peer institutions, your colleagues, as opposed to the library patrons not utilizing services as much in this area.
That's part of it. Mm-hmm.
It's both.
Right.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you both. That's all I had. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for library? Seeing none, thank you, Greg and Lori. And we'll go on to Monona Terrace.
Okay. So the highlights of our budget for 2023. We have budgeted $3,897,700 for building revenue. That's based on 48 conventions and conferences. In 2022, it was slightly higher because we had 52 conferences and conventions scheduled. We have had increases in operating expenses kind of across the board for purchase services. Our increase is $73,250. That's mostly due to the increase in cost. And we also have an annual event management software fee that has gone up. And then our purchase services have gone up $31,040, which is also due to cost increase and an increase in supplies needed in the building. And a positive, our NRD numbers have gone down, $11,300 decrease. And then salaries and benefits have increased. I'm planning to fill the associate director position that's been open since 2020. And then we also had split, well, took one of our 75% gift shop positions and split it into two 50% positions. So we had a 0.25 increase in our adopted budget from that, and that total for those two changes was $195,513. And then overall, the total expense increase is $184,213, which will be in our Monona Terrace fund balance. And what we'll be hoping for is to either generate more revenue to pay for that $184,213, or reduce expenses if we have that ability as well. And that's all I have. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Connie. Are there questions for Monona Terrace? Alder Fair. You're muted, Alder.
Sorry, wrong button. Thank you. Thanks for that update, Connie. I just wanted to ask a general question. If you could give us just, how you're feeling looking in the future. I know conferences have been slow to come back, but projecting out to 2023, I didn't see anything in the budget on this. But if just generally you could give us sort of your best projections or what you guys are hoping for and thinking about for 2023.
Well, it's some areas are up, other areas are down just a little bit. I think we're making steady progress, especially if you consider that we didn't have any business most of 2020 and part of 2021. This year we're kind of at our budget right now, projecting to be at our budget right now for building revenue, and that we've been really busy these last few months here. So we feel good, fairly good. The room tax fund, obviously from Dave's presentation, is looking better and better, which helps. We also Alder Fair, I don't know if you were I don't think you were with us when we talked about the optimization study, but with Destination Madison, the room tax fund funded an optimization study for us that looked at our building utilization and revenues, and then set out a map or a plan to achieve as close to full utilization of our space and then revenue as possible over the next 5 years. So we're just starting to implement that now and feeling pretty good about it, but we can't control how people spend their money, or if they bring their conferences to Madison or not.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions from Monona Terrace? Seeing, oh, Alder Carter.
Yeah, thank you, Connie. Are you finding that conferences or events are asking for more technology than in the past? And I should say technology options, I should say. Thank you.
That's a hard question to answer, Alder Carter. We've always done really well with technology. We've kind of built our business on that capacity and our capabilities. So I feel like we've been doing that for many years, really optimizing that. I think for some events we're forced to use more technology in the past like year or two, because people didn't rush back to be in person, and they ended up doing hybrid and are all online. So I don't know, maybe Jeff could tell us money wise if it's gone up or down, but I think it's always something that we'll have a lot of need for, or events will have a lot of need for. Jeff, you got anything else?
Sure, I can help a little bit. So the main three components of our revenue at Monona Terrace as far as events go is room rental, catering commissions, and our AV. And over the last couple of years prior to the pandemic, we had seen that the AV costs or the AV revenue that we were generating had actually surpassed catering commissions. And so it is that people are, not every event, and every event is different, but there have been a lot of events that have decided to spend more on the presentation part of it and less on feeding their people, just because Madison has a great, State Street, people can walk down and go to different restaurants, even on Martin Luther King. And so I think that there are some events that are spending more on AV and sacrificing putting food in their attendees' mouths.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Connie.
No problem.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for Monona Terrace? Seeing none. Thank you, Connie and Jeff. Appreciate you both.
Thank you.
And we will go on to the PCED agencies, starting with building inspection.
Okay, good evening, folks. Thank you for the opportunity to present our budget tonight and answer any questions that you may have. I'm Matt Tucker, the Director of the Building Inspection Division. And with me tonight is Carrie Olson from our administrative support team. First slide here speaks to our agency mission and agency overview. Just summarizing, we're ensuring the well-being of people through the safety of property, improving construction and maintenance of structures and property, administering codes, and doing enforcement, continually improving the codes, procedures, and regulations, and providing information to our customers. And we believe we provide a very high quality service. Our agency overview, we are responsible for permitting, inspections, code enforcement, and consumer protection. We strive for efficient service delivery and to be accessible to all of our customers. And we really work to leverage our advanced use of technology to deliver our services. Next slide, please, Christine. This goes into our services. We have 5 services right now. We'll be moving to 4, but right now we have 5 services. Starting with the first service, consumer protection. This is most often referred to as weights and measures. This is your scanner inspections, gas pump inspections, weight scale inspections, packaging inspections, and similar miscellaneous types of inspections. And we also respond to consumer complaints. Our goal, of course, is to register and license 100% of the devices in the community, and we meet that goal every year. Our next service is health and welfare, more commonly referred to as property maintenance. And this is the folks that ensure a pleasant setting for the city, its residents and visitors. There's a staff that look at and address issues of junk, trash, debris, tall grass and weed mitigation. They go out and do the work to ensure that the public sidewalks are clear of snow and ice during the winter months. They work on erosion control enforcement for 1 and 2 family codes or 1 and 2 family homes and similar types of a basic property maintenance. Our next service is inspection. And this is the building plan review and new construction. Obviously reviewing and inspecting the construction of projects, both the plans in advance and as the buildings are being built. We have staff that go out and review all of those projects. It's a mandate that comes down from the state. We're talking about building, plumbing, heating, electrical, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning type of work. This group also does plan review and approval. This is where building plans are brought in and are reviewed for code compliance and permits are issued. They do the inspections, verifying the construction is correct and conforms with the codes. They do contractor training. This works to improve our network of contractors in our region. So we have better people out there doing the work that we're then therefore going to inspect. And they also follow up on complaints and public inquiries in regard to projects. Next service is systematic code enforcement, often referred to as our housing inspectors. These are the folks that go into commercial and residential properties to provide routine building services and ensure that properties and buildings are in compliance with Madison's minimum housing and property maintenance code. These are the people who would go out and look at rental properties upon a request of a tenant. They may also look at common areas in owner-occupied properties, the exteriors of buildings in some cases. They're looking at heating, water leakage, infestation, repair of broken railings, windows and doors, and dozens of other properties associated with keeping the housing stock in good shape and habitable. This service, the goal of this service is to preserve public health and safety, general welfare for all residents, and help maintain property values by eliminating blighting influences. As I mentioned, we respond to tenant complaints. We also do look at general building condition complaint response. We are looking at revisiting systematic inspections, which was curtailed by the legislature, but it allows us to look into a specific area to focus on the code enforcement in a focused area that might be blighted. And this group also works with community teams and community staffing, such as neighborhood resource teams. The final service is the zoning and sign section, providing zoning code review for proposed projects, management of the citywide site plan review program, zoning and sign complaint responses, sign permit application review, and a significant amount of requests for information, records research, and other types of records that are associated with the condition of properties for financing, refinancing, and other reasons. Moving on to the next slide. Our budget highlights. Our budget reflects maintaining existing service levels. We are going to be looking to fill a vacant housing inspector position. And we are looking at filling a second vacant inspector position as a plan reviewer and building inspector to meet growing demand. Our plan review and permitting has gone up about 25% since 2016 with the same numbers of people. They're carrying significant permits, significant load of permits, having to do faster inspections than they would like, which results in possibly overlooking or missing things. We're just at that point where we're needing to add some resource to that service. We believe filling both of these positions will improve our time response to service requests. And finally, we'll be absorbing the town of Madison. We have been providing building and plan review and inspections and some code enforcement since November of 2020 to the town. It's been a good test ride. I think we know what we can expect. We are expecting a small increase with some of the other services that we haven't been providing, such as zoning and signs and consumer protection, but we feel like we can absorb those with little impact on the existing service delivery. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Are there questions for building inspection? Alder Figueroa Cole?
Thank you, Matt. So, for the service systematic code enforcement or housing inspection, you mentioned the changes that you guys were working on for areas of blight. Is that new process in place?
I'm sorry, what was your last part of your question? I couldn't hear it.
That is the new process already in action? Was it already put in place?
It is not. It is not. Our staff team is meeting weekly to map this out. There are numbers of opportunities that we have with some existing procedures or things that the city does, but we also are looking at ways that we can establish the blight study that is legal under the framework put down by the legislature that no one has done. No one across the state of Wisconsin has done this. So we're putting this together. We're going to be utilizing the Landlord and Tenant Issues Committee as a sounding board to kind of put forward our policy to introduce that or to reintroduce that. And we may be looking in future budgets to possibly to fund some of the work that may need to be done to support that effort. We just really need to get our arms around it right now.
Right, that's what I was going with the question. Like, I didn't catch if it was already in place and if you needed more funding for that specifically. And my other questions were around the town of Madison, but you kind of addressed that in there. You seem confident that the introduction of the town of Madison will not really impact your staffing needs. So in other words, you don't need it. You just adding 2 more positions, or just not adding them, because I don't think the numbers change. You're just going to go and fill 2 more positions, and that's all is happening on this budget, and you don't need anything else.
That is correct, Alder. Otherwise, I think we're in good shape. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Thank you. Let me know if there's anything new on these new changes. I'm super interested about making that work, and let us know if we can help you in any shape, way, or form. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Matt. The city committed itself to go through the process to become recognized by the International Dark Sky Association as a dark sky compliant community. And one of the things that I've discussed with you is the issue of illuminated signs. Do you have enough staff to address violations in that regard? I've noticed, for example, at the construction cranes, many of the builders like to have their name up in lights on the top of the construction crane, but I understand that it's actually not permitted. Do you have the sufficient staff to be able to issue violations and stop these major developers from flaunting the law?
Well, we have enough staff. We do respond to complaints principally. So we have adequate staff to address those types of things. I don't think we have a concern in that regard. It's just a matter of more like receiving complaints to respond to, I would say.
Well, I understand that well, but everybody can see this. And so if Fendorf never gets a letter or a notice that they're in violation, does it take an alder to issue a complaint, or can you or anybody driving at night notice that they're in violation?
My staff tends to be on the clock when they're on the clock and not so much when they're not. An alder can submit a complaint if they'd like to. We'd be happy to look into it. Yes, some of these issues can be thorny. What we can do in regard to enforcement is write notices of violation and levy fines. Those matters do go to the municipal court for decision. That's a piece we do not control, but we work with people to resolve things as best we can. It's a bit of a moving target. This is something I'm sure I'd be happy to reach out, Tag, if you'd like me to get that going again. I probably have those old emails with a fellow at Fendorf talking about that matter.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Matt, when we're talking about looking into the blight study that you mentioned earlier, we're really looking at enforcing that on a citywide level, correct?
Well, no. I mean, we would find places around the city that we would study. We would bring the blight study to the city for the city to approve it or authorize it, and then that in turn would spin off an effort with our housing staff to do programmed inspections throughout that specified geographic area. That's how we see it going.
And then after that, would it be something that other areas other than the specified areas that you're looking at, would that be enforced in other areas? Or are we just really concentrating on the specified areas, period?
Our understanding of the law is that we would have to do a blight study for any specific geographic area. So we
Okay.
might take a certain neighborhood, if you will, and
Right.
study that, and then the adoption of that would be would spin off the program inspection work.
And when the legislature changed that, the state legislature, was that in 2012?
It was 2017, I believe.
2017. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole. Another question?
Well, I have two questions. So Matt, for the town of Madison, coming up, what kind of outreach was there for businesses in regards to the services that are done under consumer protection?
We participated in each of the Town of Madison listening sessions, where all stakeholders, anyone in the Town of Madison was invited to participate. There were several of those meetings. We also worked closely with the team from planning that was doing outreach and communication to reach the people. The residents were probably, I'll say, were probably the easiest folks to reach. Businesses, people can be kind of harder to reach. And we anticipate that we're going to have some matters that we're going to be working through with the town. Back in 2006, we did a big attachment of part of the town of Madison along Park Street that was basically bringing in a bunch of businesses, and it was quite a bit of work to get those places pointed in the right direction in regard to the city of Madison's codes, regulations, and standards. So we've done a few of these. We have a good feeling about how this goes, and we're actually very happy to be there in 2 weeks to help that area get pointed what we believe is its best direction.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I mean, I know that we have talked about this blight study for so many times, so I may have a little bit more information than other people here on the call. Can you please just very quickly summarize for the rest of us what is the intent here? Like, who are we trying to serve with this new change?
Which change? The staff? For
the blight study. Like
how
we are
study?
trying to who are we trying to protect?
Sure. So what the blight study or this program what allows is something called programmed inspections. And this is, the city used to do this where in an 8-year cycle, we used to go through areas of the community, mostly in the greater downtown and area, principally. And we would inspect the interiors and exteriors of all properties in those areas, except for owner occupied homes. So we would go through all the rental property. We would communicate with the tenants and the landlords to get in and be able to do inspections and all of the rental property. In 2017, that was changed at the state level to where we would need a blight study. Well, there were some other opportunities, but they're not relevant in Madison, like decreasing property values, for example, where our values are going up always. But basically, it allows us to go in and inspect property. Our interest is that often the most vulnerable people are in the worst housing from a condition standpoint, and they will be reluctant to contact us for a variety of reasons. And so our interest is to do what we can to put them off the hot seat of having to call us and let us be the ones that reach out through a blight study to a property owner to be able to get into their units if we can, to inspect them. And that will, the goal is to have them not be, like I said, the focus or have some kind of retaliation or other negative experience happen that we might never be able to be involved in, because and today they will have to call us. We get into a blight study situation where we're doing program inspections under Act 317. We're just able to go ahead and do that. And there will be some challenges. The law is really tight, but it's a much better situation for what we think are some of the most vulnerable people in our community.
Thank you. I appreciate that, sharing that with the rest of us. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Matt.
Hello, Alder.
Thanks for your presentation. Many of my questions were already asked and answered, but just a couple of follow-ups, please. Obviously, I'm thrilled that the previously held vacant CEO positions are fully funded in the executive operating budget. Could you share with us what your timing would be for those hires? In the past, your wonderful predecessor was always, in my estimation, overly concerned about salary savings. I want to make sure that you don't think you're going to have to hold these open for any period of time, and we can start recruitment as soon as possible.
Well, our interest, principally, our first interest was to fill the construction plan review position, and I can report that upon the draft budget coming out from the mayor, we started conversations immediately for that position to be filled. There is an immediate need, a great need. There's also been quite a bit of transition in the plan review with some retirements and hires in that area. Some very senior people moved on, and so that position we are hoping to fill ASAP. With our housing position, that's going to be a broader discussion with the housing and property maintenance supervisor, our budget analyst. We need to talk to our staff, figure out where we're at. We have 2 inspectors that we hired last year in the month of January, and both of those inspectors are coming along very well and are picking up a fair amount of working independently. We found it to be very successful. However, we also took on inspections of the CDA properties, not the CDA properties. We did an inspection of 190 units that are, I think they're Section 8 housing. That many units, which added quite a bit of work to our workload. And I'm not exactly sure how, without talking to the team specifically, how we see that flow fitting in with our sort of our daily load that we carry through complaints and referrals and other types of actions that we need. So long answer to your question, Alder Verveer, but we're still not so sure about the housing inspector. Absolutely positive about moving forward with the plan review and construction inspector ASAP.
I guess I didn't fully understand. So you're saying, Matt, that you might not fill the vacant code enforcement officer position anytime soon that's dedicated to Jose Maria's team, or?
We may not. We need to talk about it as a group. We were not expecting to get it, and so that's one of the matters that we're still unsure about what we're going to do, and we want to make sure that we have it's the right time, and we're ready to absorb another inspector also. Those are all decisions that kind of go into that. It's not just basically on salary savings.
Interesting. So, well, I'm pleased to hear that your workload, at least for that section, the workload is reasonable, included, even with the addition of the town last year to your workload. Is part of the conversation then that Kyle's section might need both positions because of the pace of new construction and
No.
review process being slower?
No. We think the one position there is the right add at this point in time.
Okay. Well, segueing into programmed inspections, you know that I asked you about this at your maiden appearance last year, and I asked George Hank about it ever since the state legislature and Governor Walker gutted all of our landlord tenant protections in the city, and this was one of the more fatal ones, in my estimation, at least as it impacted the central city. So ever since this occurred to us, we've been hearing that staff is researching it and working on it, working with the city attorney's office to figure out how we can try to have a return to programmed inspections. And it's obviously been many years now since we've had programmed inspections. Can you give us tonight more of a firm timeline? Did I hear you say earlier, Matt, that there is a staff team that's meeting regularly to discuss this? And do you think that there's a chance the council might be seeing a formal proposal anytime soon that I'm sure that we would enthusiastically support?
Well, we do have a staff team that's meeting weekly in regard to this matter. We have been sharing information with our city attorney who's advising us on this, because one of the we've been trying to sort of crack this nut in a variety of ways, and we haven't had full confidence in some of our plans prior to what I've been working on with my staff over the last several months, at really being able to do something that is not only meeting our intent, but is as ironclad as possible. What we don't want to do is bring forward something that is challenged in court and is found to be illegal relative to Act 317, which is why we're being very cautious, deliberate, and thoughtful about how we're proceeding under that that rubric to get to a point where we can bring something in that is going to be successful, because it's going to take a lot of work. So to that end, I've been also connecting across agencies with other people that are not familiar with program inspections, like experts in our real estate department in regard to blight studies that they do associated with TIF districts to learn. We've been reviewing the blight studies that are prepared by the consultants for those districts with our attorney that works on us with the program inspection effort, to once again to have the result be something that's truly ironclad from our perspective, and we'll have a much greater challenge to be defeated in court if we are so challenged.
Thank you. I appreciate all that. So can you share with us any optimistic timeline as to
No,
when we might see a
unfortunately,
proposal?
I can't. I think what's the way I see this playing out is blight studies are done in the city for different reasons, and we may be able to double dip on them, but we need to be very transparent about that when we go forward to with a blight study. And we need to set up rules. We need to set up criteria. We need to understand what properties within a blight study area would be eligible or for programmed inspections. We need to set up our whole system for people that are refusing to allow us in when we do get when we are moving forward under a blight study program inspection system. There's quite a bit on the table for us to work out, and we have this as a thing where we're now putting a lot of effort into it post COVID, because we're back in a place where we feel like it's something we can really push forward, and we hear that it is a very high priority from the policymakers. It's an item that comes up at every single meeting I have with the mayor, for example. It is always brought up and discussed.
Well, thank you, Mayor. So your concern, Matt, in this area has nothing to do with funding. So, for example, this executive operating budget, either internally or the planning department wide budget, would have enough, you think, to fund blight fighting studies, given the cost estimates you've learned from your friends in EDD that perform blight studies, pretty much on an annual basis. So the cost isn't the issue. I guess what I'm asking is, would you possibly be interested in a budget amendment to fund the blight studies, or is that significantly premature, you believe, at this point?
It's premature at this point. I think that we would be able to probably, the truth is our budget doesn't have the money, but we may be able to get money from another agency in PCED to cover a small blight study for next year. And then what we want to do is come back next year with a program that we have true understanding of costs, so you can see that and make a decision on funding that as a program. Similar to like we have a program for rent abatement. We only have one program that we run here, and this would be a new program that we would be adding into to fund next year.
Yeah, well, we can talk more about this offline, but again, if I'm hearing that funding might perhaps be an issue, I would be very happy to offer a budget amendment now to support the funding for blight studies next year. In the hope that you will be comfortable enough to move forward, and the council gives you that permission, which, as I recall my conversations with George, he thought that adoption of a council resolution would be required before we move forward with blight studies. So anyway, I'll move on, and because I realize I'm kind of taking up a lot of time here. The last area I wanted to ask you about is kind of a similar topic, in that want to make sure that you are comfortable and believe you have sufficient funding, and that's something that I'm also very interested in, and that's our very I think well-run graffiti co-payment removal program. And you'll recall that Matt Wachter last year at this time jumped in and said, "Oh, we have department funding if you need it, to make sure that we aren't turning away any graffiti co-pay removal program applications." In prior years, George had shared with me that they had exhausted the amount earmarked in some years for the program, and had to either put on hold or politely say no to some applicants. So can you share with us first what the experience has been with the co-payment program since you've become BI director, and are you confident that you have enough money in the executive operating budget for next year to fully fund the interest in the community to utilizing that program?
Sure. So the graffiti co-payment program, I would agree, has been a success in my time here. We have helped mitigate many highly visible graffiti incidences. I think it's worked out great. The tricky part of it is it all depends on how much graffiti we get. It's not something you can necessarily plan on. I will report that this year we are out of funds. We just ran out of funds, but I've also talked with Matt Wachter, and we're transferring in a couple $1,000s to span us through to the end of our year. So we'll be good for this year with the graffiti abatement program.
Well, thank you, Director Wachter. Again, I realize that we just never know where the trends will be in our community with this sort of property vandalism. So similarly, I would be happy to offer an amendment for next year if you think you can use additional funds in this area. Are you saying that now you are comfortable and you don't think that you need any additional resources in 23 for the program?
I don't think so. I'd like to go through another year to just see how it goes and see what our trends are like. And if every year we're having to add more money to it, then yeah, next year I'll be asking for more. Okay, great. Thanks very much, Matt. Appreciate it. Thank you.
For letting me put you on the spot about program inspections. It's because we all care.
Yes, so do we.
Thank you very much. I know you do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. there any other questions for building inspection? Seeing none, thank you very much, Matt. We'll go on to CDA housing operations.
All right. Good evening. So my name is Larry Kilmer. I'm the Deputy Director of the CDA in charge of Housing Operations Division. I'll be kicking off the CDA presentations focused on housing operations and then hand it over to CDA Executive Director Matt Walker to cover the redevelopment authority work. I'm also joined by Ann Slazak, who's our finance and grants manager. So the slide that we have tonight is just really focused on highlighting the two programs that CDA Housing Operations operates. So first, Section 8, really looking at kind of what we experienced in 2020 and 2021, having the opportunity to invest in some software that will allow people to interact with our staff a little bit more remotely, have some more efficiencies. So some of the software investments that we're looking at for 2023 include digitalization of inspection services. So allowing our inspectors to go out and have a much more streamlined process with getting the information as they're inspecting Section 8 units back into our system, just allowing for a more smooth transition between our staff in the field and our staff in the office. And then implementing both a partner and a landlord portal, looking at how we can connect applicants as well as existing program participants, having more of a streamlined access to submitting documents, annual documents online, rather than always needing to mail or come to the office. Certainly we'll have those opportunities available. We'll continue to have office hours. We'll continue to allow people to submit things by mail, but just having more opportunity for people to submit things more efficiently. And then as well, on the landlord portal side, having just kind of more streamlined interaction with those landlords that work in our Section 8 program. Goal for the program itself is really to continue to support individuals in their journey of housing stability. The first two programs that are highlighted here are really focusing on the emergency housing vouchers and the mainstream vouchers that we've received over the last few years that really connect homeless population with our Section 8 program. So those are two programs that the mainstream voucher program we've been operating for a couple of years now, and the emergency housing voucher program we did get kicked off about a year ago, and we're seeing success in both of those programs. Continued support of our VASH Section 8 program, so that's the relationship between the VA and the Section 8 program. And then increased promotion of Section 8 home ownership program. We have the opportunity to work with folks that are in our Section 8 program who would normally be using their voucher to supplement for rent payment. There is a program where people can move towards home ownership and see that same payment go to help pay their monthly mortgage. Switching gears to our other program that we operate, public housing. The goal for the public housing program is to maintain high occupancy rates. And really they're kind of looking at more of a streamlined process when tenants are moving out, reducing unit turn time. So that's really kind of re-prepping and getting those units back ready for the next tenant to come in, and streamlining processes internally between our admissions and eligibility staff and our site staff. So that when we have someone ready, they're kind of more streamlined in how we contact and show the units. And then supporting residents to maintain their housing with service coordinator access. So as everybody knows, we do have service coordinators on site that are CDA staff, and really working with the tenants, with the residents on other needs, right? So there's needs kind of just in their housing situation, but also then beyond kind of the boundaries and the walls of the buildings, and connecting people with services in the community. One of our major goals for public housing is to reposition and redevelop. These are terms that people have been hearing for a while now, and we're starting to see kind of come to fruition. Kind of pivot to some of this in Matt's presentation, but a couple of the highlights that I want to touch on is our continued work with HUD on moving our triangle property through kind of the repositioning process and the redevelopment process. This past year, we brought on a co-developer who has really kind of helped us kind of align with getting resident engagements. There's a specific engagement team, as well as identifying and working with a financial consultant to look at and what the different programs are out there, the different HUD programs, the different options for redeveloping those units at the Triangle. We're still working with HUD on getting our application approved for the Teresa Terrace redevelopment work, and then as well as putting energy and resources into our scattered site work that just this past year we did transition through the repositioning process. Most of those units are kind of on our west side, with our west side location, a few on the east side, but really we're looking at 2023, working on getting those units revitalized and to a point of pretty standard modernization at this point, to make sure that those affordable units have long-term affordability, but are also in much better shape and have the resources to invest into those scattered site units. I think I'm going to stop right there. And I'd be happy to take any questions before handing over to Matt Wachter for the Redevelopment Authority.
Thanks, Larry. Are there questions on the CDA housing ops side? Alder Vitever.
There is a line in the highlights that says decreases Section 8 housing assistance payments based on HUD's funding formula. Can you just tell us what that is about?
Yeah, absolutely. So every year we hear from HUD kind of what their expectation is for funding the programs for the following year. So we've really kind of penciled in what we've been told from HUD. And since all of our funding for housing operations comes from HUD, we really need to be reactive to what their funding formula is. So we're penciling in what we've heard from them.
But I guess the question is why? What is the, like, is it based on the need that they're seeing in the city? Is it based on the available funding that they have and they have less funding, or like, but why are they reducing payments to us, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, we are. It's not specific to us. It is a countrywide formula that they look at. So that is, other housing authorities are seeing that as well. And I don't know if you have specific details behind that, but it's not something that's unique to Madison.
One, we were talking about the reduction in the voucher line item. That is simply just us calculating in how to better understand the HUD's 2-year tool. But then there is also per HUD generalized, as Larry is saying, across the entire nation. We are told to expect a 12% decrease in our operating subsidy next year for public housing. So we did have to take that into account in our budget. We're supplementing it with reserves because as the federal government works, the future calculations will be based off of our expenses. So if our expenses go down, it will hurt our future calculations. So we are moving forward as is, utilizing years of great fiscal decisions to supplement us through this time period.
Alder Fair.
So I apologize, this is going to be a redundant question, but it might be similar. I was going to ask about the line that says increased reserves applied as part of a strategy to maximize HUD operating subsidies. So can you explain that one, or maybe it's very similar?
Yeah, Anne, do you mind as well? It is similar, but it's a different part of the budget, but it's the same consistent comment that Anne had. Please, Anne.
Yes, that's exactly what I was just trying to explain is, we're in this catch-22. We can't let our expenses go down because then they're going to say, well, you didn't need the grant anyways, but we do. We absolutely do need this grant. So that's why we're utilizing reserves.
Okay, makes sense. Thanks.
Alder Figueroa Cole. You're muted, Alder.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Do you have any idea on how many people will be negatively impacted by that reduction of 12% if we didn't cover that expense?
Go ahead, Ann.
No, Larry, it's your turn.
Okay, sounds good. Well, as Ann mentioned, we should not feel that negative impact because we are going to go into our reserves. We also have kind of a bit of a buffer kind of built into our process. So we can make decisions on kind of how much we can put into a specific voucher, so that, you know, if we put more into one voucher, or if we put more funds into every voucher, that's less vouchers that we can have to use. But then if we actually reduce how much we're putting in per voucher, we can issue more vouchers. So it's kind of a balance between using the reserves to cover what we need, but then just kind of having kind of our foot on the gas and on the brake at the same time to say, you know, per unit, how much can someone receive in subsidy? So we do watch that. We watch that throughout the year, and HUD does allow us to make edits to kind of our process and our calculations. We generally try to do it just once a year, but we do have that opportunity every year. In terms of how much would that how many specific vouchers, if we weren't able to, and do you have the dollar amount? I don't have the dollar amount in front of me, what the potential reduction is.
The dollar amount in front of me, but there's two separate funding streams that are being referenced right now. The 12% refers to the public housing, the operating subsidy. So it's not like we would lose 12% of our units. We would just be able to maintenance and staff and provide a higher level of customer service at 12% less. So it's hard to give you an exact like family impact. Basically, they're looking for us to absorb it. And Larry's doing a great job of working with the redevelopment side and bridging us forward into repositioning, it is the path forward in terms of more secure funding. For the vouchers that Larry's talking about, it's this, you know, we've honed in on that 2-year tool from HUD, and there is always that delicate balance that he and Tom Conrad are finding of funding families so that the vouchers are useful and able to be utilized in the community, but also making sure that we're serving the most amount of families that we possibly can. So there's not a potential in what we are presenting that's like we would be taking families off of the program or reducing our units that we would fill or anything like that. It's just it's a funding mechanism where we're stuck in this formula for next year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Larry and Ann. And we'll go on to the CDA redevelopment portion.
All right, so CDA redevelopment is really the real estate portfolio owned by the CDA that doesn't fall into the public housing program. This is a variety of tax credit housing units, various other housing that we've collected over the years, and the Village on Park. So really what I have here are pictures of the highlights of the work that we're working on. So for 2023, staff are working on planning the redevelopment of the Triangle and repositioning, which was mentioned. We're also renovating a number of older housing units that are sort of in need of some TLC. And then we're also in the process of doing active construction. So right now, CD redevelopment staff are managing the projects at Village on Park as we build that out. And as was mentioned, the reconstruction of housing on Teresa Terrace. So at any given time, CD redevelopment staff are managing the portfolio. They are planning future projects, they're renovating, and now we're also getting back into doing active construction. So that's the really brief highlight. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Matt. Are there questions on the redevelopment side? Going once. Going twice. You're off the hook, Matt. Thank you much. That brings us to community development.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jim O'Keefe, Director of Community Development. I am joined tonight, as I often am, by several colleagues within the division. I'm going to, in the next couple of minutes, try to render them unnecessary tonight. There are 5 provisions in the 2023 executive budget that I would like to highlight. The first is the additional funding offered for our work around employment training and career exploration and development, specifically $250,000 of new money over base budget levels. These funds are to be used for programming that is focused on young adults ages between 18 and 26. This is a new cohort we have identified within our youth and adult employment RFP process, which, by the way, is currently underway, and we expect to bring funding recommendations to the council next month. The group we are trying to reach here are young people who are mostly youth of color or who are members of the LGBTQ community and who currently have little or no income. Its members are or have been largely unplugged from more traditional employment and education systems, nor have they had much contact in general with the network of service providers the city currently supports, at least we hope until now. In our RFP, we have asked agencies to reach out to and develop programming specifically geared toward this group that will provide employment and skills training, development, job coaching or mentoring, and career exploration. I will say that we are committed to trying to better serve this population with or without additional funds. However, these added dollars will reduce the need to draw resources away from other more mainstream efforts in order to do so. A second and related item in the executive budget is the decision to gather up about $425,000 of about $1.2 million of ARPA funds that were previously set aside by the council for youth-oriented violence prevention and youth engagement activities, but not yet used, and make those funds available for similar uses in 2023. In 2022, those funds were used to expand summer youth employment opportunities and support other youth engagement efforts, like one I'm sure you're familiar with, the Parks Alive initiative. And we anticipate doing more of that next year. Third, the executive budget identifies nearly $2.8 million of federal funds, money derived from the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan Act, and directs its use to help pay for operations at the temporary men's shelter on Zaire Road and at the Dairy Drive campground. With respect to the latter, this is the remaining needed funding you might recall that was alluded to in the resolution that the council adopted last week to extend the campground operations through the end of next year. And if I can take just a moment to share with you news that the first several days of operation of the new temporary men's shelter at Zaire Road have gone smoothly, with reports of overall satisfaction with the new facility on the part of both shelter staff and guests. Fourth, the executive budget launches what is intended to be a public-private collaboration to help support the longer-term operations of the planned new men's shelter. It does this by committing $2 million to create an endowment that will generate an ongoing income stream for shelter operations. And last, the executive budget will add $100,000 in each of the next 2 years to efforts to expand home ownership opportunities among households of color. If approved, those funds will be allocated through another RFP process that is currently underway, this one, the home ownership process. And these funds are particularly focused on residents of South Madison and the Owl Creek neighborhood. If I could get the next slide, please. Thank you. The information on this second slide is largely redundant, so I'll try to get through it quickly. It's intended to identify from where the funds are being reallocated to accomplish what I've just described and underscore the supplemental funding item. So here again, you see is what remains of that $1.2 million of ARPA funds previously set aside for youth-oriented activities in 2021 and 2022, now being made available to us to continue that work in 2023. Second is the repurposing of $2 million of ARPA funds that the council had previously allocated to seed an endowment fund to support the permanent men's shelter. As we gain more insight into the guidelines accompanying ARPA, it became clear that this was probably not an eligible use of those funds. And so this $2 million will instead, as I mentioned, be used to fill shorter term funding needs at the temporary men's shelter and at the Dairy Drive campground. And the contribution to an endowment will come, as Dave Schminneke described earlier, not from ARPA funds, but a one-time draw on the city's general fund. I mentioned the added funds for home ownership programming, and this increase draws on funds derived from proceeds from the sale of city properties in Owl Creek. And in the final reallocation, we will draw on surplus funds in the child care tuition assistance program to provide a small $30,000 increase in funding for the contract that provides accreditation services for home-based child care providers. That contract too is currently the subject of an RFP process, the results of which will be brought back to you before year's end. This is a new contract, by the way, that has not received a funding increase in at least the last 10 years, and thus we think it's long overdue. And then lastly, I just want to again underscore the added $250,000 to put toward employment training for young adults is a direct response to the Community Development Division supplemental request. On behalf of the division, we very much appreciate the mayor's support for that work. I will stop there and try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Jim. Alder Fair.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Jim. Good to see you. A couple questions. Can you just, and this might just be the fact that I'm just coming back, wasn't here for these discussions last year, but can you talk more about the excess $425,000 for youth services? So are these, is this money just going into existing contracts with existing partners, or are we setting up a new process, or like how does this sort of funnel into what we already have going, or are we creating some new kind of program or funding process?
Alder Fair, it's a little bit of all of the above. In 2021 and especially this year, we took advantage of a previous RFP process to supplement contract amounts for agencies that were providing particularly summer youth employment services and programming, and were in a position to be able to expand those program offerings. We also provided agencies that were able and willing to extend that work into the fall months. We will be using about $450,000 to expand existing youth employment contracts. During the course of this past summer, we identified a number of agencies that provided non-employment related youth engagement. I mentioned the Parks Alive initiative. There were several others that really aligned more with what someone characterizes as violence prevention in nature. So I expect that in 2023, very early in 2023, we will, assuming that this budget is adopted as proposed, we'd be reaching out to some of the same agencies and anybody else that might have an interest in using those funds.
Okay. And I assume that'd be something then that the Community Services Committee would review, or you'd bring to them just for discussion at least.
Very likely we would run that through the Community Services Committee, yes.
Okay. And then my last question, I don't know if it's for you or for Dave or both, but is it possible, is it appropriate to think about the capital budget for the $2 million endowment, since it's a one-time thing, or the mayor, whoever wants to chime in on that? I really just asking as far as like, I don't know if that's an appropriate thing to way to think about it, since it's a one-time fund or one-time allotment, if you will.
Alder Fair, it's not really a capital expenditure. It's not creating an asset or anything like that. So, and we wouldn't really want to be issuing debt for something like that. We'd have, in the end, we would probably want to fund it from the general fund anyways, so.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, I just wanted a quick question. When we talk about the targeted group in your first slide on 14, are we also looking at individuals who have aged out of the foster care system as part of that targeted group?
Are you talking about the young adult group, the 18 to 26? So it's certainly conceivable, Alder Carter, that that young people who have been part of the foster care system and have aged out of that might find themselves in a position of needing assistance, getting connected to these kinds of services. So I most certainly would not rule that out. It isn't specifically targeting that group, but
no, that's why I want to know if they were part of that group and not necessarily specifically that group, but they would be able to connect and we would be able to direct them with that information, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for we're looking for young people who are currently disconnected from the education system or employment, more traditional employment systems. So to the extent that that young people, again, that have been part of the foster care system find themselves in that situation, they would certainly be folks that these programs would be looking to support.
Okay, they would be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Vitever.
So two questions at either end of the age spectrum. So first is about the childcare provider accreditation. Just curious about why that a particular approach was chosen. Just thinking about like, I think we have a supply problem of childcare providers. Overall, certainly nationwide. I'm not sure what it is like in the city. So just wondering how the decision was made to focus on accreditation as the point to try to help that situation. And then I'll ask my second question after you answer that.
Okay, well, we most certainly do have a supply problem with respect to childcare, and part of the work of this contracted agency is to identify and support those who would like to come into the field and provide childcare services from home base rather than facility based. So it's very much about promoting and supporting people in that position.
Got it. That's great. And then my other question is really about the senior center services. So the other end of the age spectrum. So I looked back at the annual report, and what I'm not seeing is information on how many people the senior center serves on a weekly, monthly, or yearly basis, what the demographics are of who's being served, what's the general socioeconomic status, et cetera, all that kind of stuff. And, we're being asked to spend a lot for senior center staff. And so the question is, who's it really benefiting?
It's a very, very good question, Alder Vitever, and one that we have been beginning to focus on in the last year or so. We've been, and you might recall that that in allocating ARPA funds a couple of years ago, that there was money allocated to support an effort designed to ask and answer those very questions. Are we supporting the right or that's not what I want to say. Are we reaching a population of older adults in Madison that reflects the city's population more generally? I think intuitively we think the answer to that question is we are not. So our attempts to identify an agency that could help undertake that study were unsuccessful. And they were that work was further hampered by the retirement earlier this year of the older adult services manager. We recently conducted a recruitment to fill that position and were unsuccessful in filling it. So we find ourselves in this kind of awkward situation right now where we know we want to probe this question. We are pretty sure that we've got a lot of work to do a better job of serving a more diverse population of older adults. But the leadership that we need to get that work off the ground is at the moment absent. But it's certainly front and center in our minds, and while we prepare to do that, we continue to support about $800,000 of agency contracts that continue the work that they're doing, and in most cases, very good work that they're doing. But there's a sense that we can do better, and you know, we're committed to exploring that.
Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, Jim, I sit on the Education Committee, and one of the issues that we're targeting and we're focusing on right now is an issue that was brought to our attention by the school district, and that is the challenge of how expensive it is for young people to get a driver's license. As you may know, the school district no longer provides that in-house as a service. When I was a kid, when you were a kid, we took driver's ed and we got our driver's license pretty easily. It's no longer the case. And low-income kids whose families can't afford to get them driver's license are not able to participate in some of our programs, to get them jobs because they can't get to a job. Is there any way that your division could take that on? Is that perhaps something that maybe an amendment could come up with to augment the small amount of money that's currently available within the school district to subsidize low-income students to get these driver's licenses?
It's a very good question, Alder Evers. I don't know that it's not the case that meeting transportation needs is an element of some of the youth employment programming that we're about. If it isn't, it certainly seems like it would be worth considering in that context, maybe as a starting point. So I don't believe that Yolanda Shelton Morris is here with us. She would be able to answer that question more definitively, but it's certainly something we'd be happy to discuss internally.
Well, let's follow up and we can have a discussion and see if an amendment is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Jim. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to return briefly to older adult services, and as you, I'm sure, are well aware, Yolanda shared with those of us on the Committee on Aging recently that we absolutely positively plan to have a process in 2023, an RFP process for services for older adults. My recollection is in past budget, executive operating budgets, we've actually codified that and specifically mentioned that a process is anticipated and included the amount of specific funding that would be available. If that's in the budget presentation here, I missed it for next year. Can you just confirm that my understanding is correct, and would it be wise to include such language in the budget book?
Alder Rivera, I can confirm that that it is our expectation that that RFP process will be undertaken within the context of either the end of this year, probably much more likely the first part of next year. That RFP is largely queued up in terms of its content, and we opted upon Sally Jo's departure, we opted not to proceed with it in the absence of a manager in that position. I think you know, Alder, that that unit and that work is now in the able hands of on an interim basis of Yolanda. And so we're fully prepared to proceed with that RFP. If you think it's necessary to include that language in the budget, please feel free to do so. I think with or without it, we'll be proceeding.
Yeah, well, thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. And that was one of my follow-up questions, is I believe Yolanda shared that we would likely proceed even without a successful adult services manager recruitment.
Yes.
And so the other question I had is, and I think in reference to a previous question about the senior center, I think you had mentioned the figure $800,000 for older adult services is, and the figure that I remember was $780,000 in the current year budget. Is my understanding correct that the executive operating budget for next year proposed would be that $780,000, or is it a different figure?
Yeah,
that would be available for the process?
There's no change in that funding amount, Alder, but if we are to undertake an RFP process in 2023, we are probably setting the stage for contracts beginning in 2024. And so I would anticipate having ample time, depending on the response to that RFP, to come to the council, as we have often done in the context of funding processes, to perhaps request additional funding. But we begin, if this budget is approved as the mayor's presented it, with that same level of funding as has existed for several years now.
Thank you. And then also lastly here, in response to the earlier question about the Madison Senior Center, that $50,000 that was set aside in the ARPA funding for the healthy, I guess I'll call it healthy aging, engagement, and so forth, and obviously that was a failed, as you know, RFP process where I think you all made the decision, which I don't dispute at all, that it wasn't proper to move forward with a couple of responses that we had received earlier in the year prior to Sally Jo's retirement. Is it your intention and Yolanda's intention to reissue that RFP, but wait until we have a new adult services manager on board sometime in the future?
I think that would be our preference. I think we feel that we need to sharpen the focus of that RFP a little bit in the hopes of getting a better response than we did on the first.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll work with Yolanda then on perhaps a possible budget amendment as we've discussed here in this regard. Thanks very much, Jim. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jim, for the presentation. On regards to the RFP that is out there for youth employment, does the RFP covers the cost of bus passes for transportation?
Transportation services, Alder, are a common element of, particularly with youth employment, proposals and programs that agencies put forward. So yes, and they are frequently part of the funding equation. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We also continue to provide free bus passes over the summer to high school students, middle school and high school students.
So, but this grant is for ages kind of also outside of school, right? Yeah.
Yep. So some overlap, but not 100%.
Perfect. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for CDD? Alder Bidover.
Not a question, just a request for a 10-minute break.
All right. Well, we'll thank Jim. And then is there a motion, Alder Bidover, to recess for 10 minutes?
Yes, so moved.
So Alder Figueroa Cole will second that. And is there any objection to taking a 10-minute break? Seeing no objection, it's 7:45 p.m. We'll be back at 7:55 p.m. arrived. I'll call us back into session for the Finance Committee meeting, and I'll ask Dave to please call the roll.
Council President Furman,
Present.
Alder Carter, Alder Verveer,
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole,
Here.
Alder Vitever,
Present.
Alder Evers,
Here.
Mayor of quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we are on to economic development.
Good evening, Finance Committee members. I'm Matt Mikolajewski, the Economic Development Director, and I'm joined this evening by Saran Oak and Andrea Friedman, who worked on this budget as well. In terms of highlights for our 2023 executive operating budget, the proposal increases funding for the Double Dollars program by $12,500 to a total of $50,000. Otherwise, most of our services remain the same within our operating budget, basically a cost to continue from 2022 to 2023, and that provides us with ongoing support both in our operating budget and our capital budget to work on a lot of the projects and programs that we are working on. The one significant change in our 2023 operating budget proposal is to split the existing Office of Real Estate Services into two offices, Real Estate Services and Real Estate Development. The existing vacant Office of Real Estate Services Manager position would manage the new Real Estate Services Office, while an existing vacant Real Estate Development Specialist position would be replaced by a new Real Estate Development Manager under this proposal. The Real Estate Development Manager would obviously have a higher salary and benefits package than the Real Estate Development Specialist position, and we would pay for that difference in pay and benefits through billing to capital projects, tax increment financing, and also a contribution from the CDA. The reason that this proposal is included within the 2023 budget is that over the past year, we have had failed recruitments for both a real estate services manager and also a failed recruitment for a real estate development specialist position. And we believe the reason that we're having challenges filling these positions is that the current configuration of a single manager and a single real estate office really doesn't meet our current needs for 4 reasons. The first reason is that our real estate office is split into 2 very distinct functions. The first is right-of-way management, which includes the acquisition of property for our road construction projects and maintaining easements and encroachment agreements and the like within public right-of-way, which is one important skill set that really focuses on right-of-way management best practices. The second set of functions has to do with real estate finance and real estate redevelopment project management. And this is where we, for example, have tax increment financing and some of our larger real estate redevelopment projects that we've been working on. So again, 2 very distinct skill sets and 2 very distinct areas of real estate that likely there's not a single manager that would have both of those skills. Both of these areas within the office have been seeing growing demands in terms of the number and complexity of projects. Currently, outside, with the exception of the manager, this office has 10 individuals, which when coupled with the management of projects is a lot of individuals for a single manager to supervise. All of those 3 factors together, coupled with the fact that currently the private sector is paying significantly more for related real estate experience, suggests that we need to make some changes within the structure of the office to make these positions more competitive. And as a result, we're proposing to split the office. So by doing that, we split the 2 different skill sets, hoping to attract someone that has a skill set in each area. We reduce the number of staff and projects and programs that any one manager would be responsible for managing. And hopefully we provide a level of pay that is more in line with what someone could achieve in the private sector. And hopefully by doing so, we will have 2 additional managers on board that can provide great support to our existing staff and also provide a great management for our projects and programs within that office. We have no other supplemental requests within our 2023 budget, and I would therefore be happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Thanks, Matt. Are there questions for economic development? Alder Vitever?
Just because I didn't see it, is the Healthy Retail Action Program still happening and being funded?
Yes, it's fully funded in our capital budget.
Any other questions for economic development? Seeing none, thank you, Matt. And we'll go on to planning.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Finance Committee members. I'm Heather Stouter. I'm the Director of the city's Planning Division. And we have a relatively stable budget when compared to last year, and I'll just go over a few highlights of that budget. It's about 4.9 million total, and importantly, 1.4 million of that is a federal grant supporting the Greater Madison MPO, or Metropolitan Planning Organization, which I'll talk a little bit more about on the next slide. Otherwise, the executive budget really maintains current levels of service and current positions for two of our three services, which are Comprehensive Planning and Development Review, and then the Neighborhood Planning, Preservation, and Design Service. Within Comprehensive Planning and Development Review, the one thing I'll highlight is that we were able to shift around some of the smaller line items to secure about $50,000 to really dedicate toward consultant services to support our sub-area planning processes. As many of you may recall, we'll be taking on a new planning system starting late this year and early next that was recently approved by the council, where the city will be divided into 12 sub-areas or smaller geographies. And we want to have the support necessary for public engagement as we take on roughly 2 planning processes at any one time. And so the $50,000, again, will support 2 different planning processes at a time. Some of the examples of things that will support will be community partners who can extend our reach with public engagement, venues, food, childcare services, transportation for in-person meetings, and also social media support and online engagement support as well. We think that each of our planning processes will have a bit of a unique budget based on the population living within that particular area. But think that we absolutely need this funding and are really appreciative that it was preserved in the mayor's executive budget. And then within neighborhood planning, preservation, and design, nothing new to highlight, but just wanted to thank the mayor for maintaining existing levels of funding to support many of our smaller grant programs where we can, as a planning division, support small requests that come up from the grassroots, whether from artists or small community organizations, neighborhood associations, et cetera. So these 2 streams of funds, one of which is really focused on the arts, and then the second for neighborhood grants and placemaking projects, are really important to really support relatively inexpensive but impactful projects on the ground, and those that can involve city residents really taking initiative to make small improvements within their neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Again, want to thank the mayor for supporting our one supplemental request. So here within our Greater Madison Metropolitan Planning Organization service, this portion of the planning division is somewhat separate from the rest of the staff in the planning division, separate office space, and the 7.5 employees within this organization support metropolitan transportation planning in the broader Madison region. A very healthy portion of their work is supported by federal funding, 80%. And we had an opportunity in the 2023 budget to increase the city's contribution to the Greater Madison MPO, really in order to leverage $4 per one in city investment in additional federal funds that were on the table and available to support the transportation planning services within the MPO. Specifically, this increase of $40,000 from the city would support a new MPO communications position as we continue to grow as a city and region. We face challenges in communicating transportation options to residents of the region. Want to be sure we're really highlighting opportunities to carpool, obviously take transit, bike, bus, et cetera, so that we can reduce the per capita demands on our transportation system over time. Second, continued support for a regional safety action plan, which is in progress today. And this, portion of this funding would be able to support continued consultant work on that regional safety action plan. Obviously, Madison is a leader within the Vision Zero program that we're taking on as a city, but looking at ways to prioritize engineering solutions to safety issues across the region. Third, continued access to a really exciting data set. Actually, I am not deeply engaged in it, but it's multimodal mobility data that's really based on cell phones and is able to really track and aggregate data on how people in our region move. And it's called the Streetlight data set, and also employment data that we use really throughout PCED as a whole. So continued support for those external data sets. And then finally, the preparation of an annual vehicle miles traveled estimate. And this is an important data point for us to track over time. Again, as our city and region continue to grow, we want to know that the transportation options that we're investing in are having an impact on that per capita vehicle miles traveled on an annual basis. And so again, grateful to the mayor for supporting that. I do want to note here that other cities, villages, and even a town or two are also contributing to the Greater Madison MPO at far lower levels than the city of Madison is contributing. But our MPO manager, Bill Schaefer, is working hard to gradually increase contributions from other communities. And as that happens, this $40,000 could be whittled away at over time as we get commitments from other surrounding communities to increase their annual contributions. I think that's all I have for you this evening. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Heather. Are there questions for planning? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Heather. Thanks for your presentation. I just wanted to ask about one thing, and that is the future of our annual neighborhood conference. Obviously, we haven't had any since the pandemic, and I know two of the wonderful women that you worked with for many years, Jewel and Ruth, did so much of the work planning that conference and doing all the work behind the scenes for the conference. I didn't see in your agency budget request for this year any reference to the neighborhood conference. Is that a thing in the past? Is it something that you and your division would like to reestablish next year in the future?
That's a great question, Alder Verveer. I think as of now, it's not something we're looking to begin again in the near future. I think we want to be able to focus on ways of reaching out to the community that don't necessarily involve an annual space like that supports a couple hundred residents at a time. I think in this realm of more online and virtual community engagement, we have found new ways, unexpected ways to really connect with the community and inform them of city initiatives in the planning division and beyond. And so at this point, it's not something that we as staff are seeking to initiate again.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I obviously think there could be arguments on both sides of that, but I certainly respect and can understand your position on that, Heather. So thanks very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for planning? Seeing none, thank you, Heather. And we'll go on to the Office of the Director.
Hello again. So Office of the Director exists to really coordinate activities across the different divisions of PCED, as well as provide a lot of support for the work that they do. I'm happy to say this is the first time in a while that the office is fully staffed. And now that we are fully staffed, we're going to focus our efforts for 2023 are one in creating Microsoft 365 SharePoint resources to really support the division on projects that multiple divisions touch on. If you think about things like the men's homeless shelter, the redevelopment of the Village on Park, these involve large staff teams across multiple divisions. And so we're looking to create better project management tools to support that work. The other thing is we have hired a new public information officer within the office and a program assistant. And the goal there is to really work on our proactive communications so that the community know about these projects, about initiatives, about things happening within the department, and really push that good information out. So those are really two big highlights for what Office of the Director is planning for 2023. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Matt. Are there questions for the Office of the Director? Seeing none. Thank you, Matt. That's the end of PCED. So we're going on to public health and safety, starting with the fire department. Chief.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Appreciate this. Our slides are pretty streamlined, so I would just like to make sure and put the request out there for any questions along the way and certainly thereafter. But a few highlights, certainly grateful to the mayor and the executive budget for including funds to continue staffing levels and operations as we see them today, including those provisions that were adopted in the most recent negotiations in the labor agreement that was ratified back in May. There was an increase to the funding for our overtime budget that is really just about being a little bit more transparent and reflecting the actual practices and situation that we have ongoing. Along with that, there's funding for a recruit class to allow us to try and get some more folks on board and reduce the vacancies so that we can work against that overtime to the greatest extent possible. Within the budget, there's also funding to expand the CARES team, hopefully taking the current staffing levels of CARES that are running 5 days a week and running them into the weekend hours with the same or weekend days with the same amount of hours and personnel that we see during the week. So we're excited to see that happen. Along with that, within the community paramedic program in the CARES, that includes one additional community paramedic and one additional staff member from Journey Mental Health in order to make that CARES expansion a reality. On the next slide, please, continuing with those position changes. After many years, I know this has been a discussion point throughout city leadership. We're really excited to see the addition of an emergency management coordinator to have a full-time position that can focus solely on helping the city be prepared both before, during, and after in terms of recovery from many significant incidents. And, examples on here, such as some of the major floods that we've seen, extended power outages, and anything weather related as well. And then certainly, knock on wood, and the active shooter incidents and all the other significant events that can come about. And so to have a position dedicated to that, to work within our prevention division and work throughout the city, integrating multiple city agencies and weaving those plans together, I think can be a tremendous benefit, and grateful to see that included. The last piece to the fire department budget here was to add a fire protection engineer. Presently, we've got a large demand for plan review that comes in with the development going on throughout the city. Not only that, but we've also had the additional workload that's come on from the former town of Madison properties. Those two things together have put us in a position where a number of our routine fire code enforcement officers have had to supplement the work of the fire protection engineer to make sure that we could address the backlog. But what that does is takes them out of the field and then creates the same backlog for our typical field inspections as well. So adding this position should allow us to maintain the responsiveness to the developers, making sure that we're protecting the codes as needed, and then also allow us to get those code enforcement officers back into the field and stay up to date with field inspections and maintain our 2% dues and all else that comes with the routine inspections as well. So again, we're really happy to see that. In a quick nutshell, that's the summary there, and I'd love to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chief. Are there questions for fire? Alder Carter.
Just one quick question. Would the emergency management coordinator be the point person for COOP?
I'm sorry,
No.
Alder Carter.
No, Alder, that
mayor
contract,
just Oh,
that
go ahead,
contract
ma'am.
is run through public health.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Other questions for fire? Alder Fair?
Thank you. And Chief Carbone, nice to meet you. I don't think we've met. I guess just if you could maybe give a little more detail on the position, the emergency manager position. So I assume that a lot of the work will be collaborating and coordinating plans and with all the different agencies, because we hope that they're not having to do real management, emergency management, but inevitable at some point there'll be something. But so can you just go a little bit more in detail on like what the day-to-day work will be for this person, this position?
Yeah, absolutely. And just for a little bit of background, presently our fire marshal, I believe in the fire marshal's position description, 7% of Ed Ruckriegel's workload is dedicated to emergency management coordination. In reality, when these events happened, it's 150% of his time dedicated towards that. And really best practice for emergency management coordination is not to have to figure things out in real time when events are happening. It's to have all of the planning for resources, resource allocation, coordination among city agencies, private contractors, and weaving everything together, as well as the recovery from those events, having everything mapped out from start to finish, having pre-coordinated responses is really the best practice. And that's the majority of what this person could be working on, and quite honestly, for years, when we consider every different potential incident coming through the city, as I mentioned before, from flooding to power outages to weather issues to active shooter incidents, everything in between. And unfortunately, even things such as COVID, all the things that we think are unthinkable, but slowly seem to, work their way throughout the city here. And so what this person will be doing is exactly what you mentioned. They will first do a thorough assessment of all the resources, both within the city, as well as those resources that are available for working at the county level, state level, and with private folks throughout the region. And then developing the best practice plans for how we can prepare, how we can practice, how we can train, and then how we can actually respond to these incidents. And then at the very end, it's the follow through. How do we recover from this? Everything from funding recovery to reallocation of resources to the redeployment of resources that came together for these events. It's a complicated series of events. It's a complicated situation, obviously, but I think this person will put the city in a great position. Hopefully it's something we won't need to use, but being prepared. I think we've seen, and the mayor can certainly add perspective as well, but when we've worked through the flooding incidents, when we've worked through the extended power outages, when we've worked through the recent weather incidents, there is a lot of work trying to go on when we should be in the response mode, and we're trying to work through the planning mode at the same time. And this will just really help us serve the city more equitably in a much faster and more responsive manner.
Yeah, I would agree with the chief, Alder Fair, and just add a little tiny bit more. So this person will, in my mind, they'll be doing the assessment and the planning. But perhaps most importantly, they'll be doing trainings, tabletops. They'll be building partnerships, and
And when appropriate, they'll be running the Emergency Operations Center, which means that they'll be responsible for making sure that all of that equipment is ready to go. But more importantly, if they have any extra time after all of that, they'll be working on resilience. And I'm hoping that they will be working with Jessica Price in my office, our sustainability manager, to think specifically about aspects of climate resilience, certainly with respect to flooding, but also with respect to heat and to storms, and to making sure that we are sort of thinking forward on those things. One of the things, we have had a few emergencies in the past 3 years, starting with the MG&E blowing up. But one of the things that I've noticed is our staff do a really fantastic job at the immediate response and at the infrastructure response. What we do not have the capacity right now to do is the sort of next phase, medium term, take care of humans response. Just for example, when we have a power outage on the hottest day of the year, we didn't have a map ready with which buildings have elevators and which buildings have air conditioning. And do medically vulnerable people live in those buildings? Do seniors live in those buildings? Do we know? I mean, anyway, I have a whole long list of things that I want this person to work on, including, if we're going to set up cooling centers or warming centers, how do we get people to actually use them? So I think there's a lot of work for this person to do, and I think there's a pent-up need. Ed has been doing, the best that he can to keep us going on 7% of his time, but we really need this full-time position.
Thank you both. I mean, that was really helpful, filling in a lot of description. If I could just ask a follow-up. I know public health, or I think public health does some emergency management stuff as well. I should know that, being on the board for so long. But how will you kind of interact? Obviously, that's county and city health department, but how will you interact? Have you thought about how you work with them, or how do those two positions or those two agencies kind of go together?
Yeah, so there is a whole emergency management section at the county, and then public health has a number of people that are trained in emergency management, so that when a public health emergency hits, they are prepared to stand up their own emergency management structure and emergency operations center, which they did during COVID. And I would suspect that this person would work very closely both with public health and with the county, but also with the university and with Madison College and with the hospitals and with the state, all of whom have their own emergency management structures, that when emergency that impacts all of us comes, each of those structures has to get underway, and then they all have to coordinate with each other. And so, yeah, I would expect that there would be a lot of cross-pollination, training together, planning together, and then obviously in the event, working together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. More questions for fire. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Shiva, and thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor, the question, I think this one is for you. I'm not sure, but can you please refresh my memory what happened to the emergency plan that we discussed last year? I think did that came to council finalized, or it didn't? I cannot remember.
Yeah, Alder, I think those plans are finalized, and obviously the manager would pick those up and take them forward.
Okay. Keith was, I don't know. And then the second thing is not a question, it's just a comment. I 100% agree with everything you explained there about on all the examples you provided there for the needs, but we also had a couple of close encounters or issues last tornado season with the unsheltered population that really even opened my own eyes about like how does the community know where to get to when they're on the streets? Like, when I'm home, I know what to do, but that level of education and training for the community, especially to the unsheltered people, it's definitely needed. And I love to see that be part of that, this position in handling those kind of situations.
It's actually oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, thank you.
Just gonna quickly say, that's a great example, and one of the benefits that having a coordinator focused on the city can do is we did run into this, and we're finding that some of the larger citywide or countywide shelters are not very favorable for use by a lot of folks, or folks don't have the ability to access them very easily or to know about them. And so what we see in a lot of areas across the US and where we can do a lot of improvement is finding more localized neighborhood resource centers and shelters, and having a person that can actually identify and work with groups and work with the neighborhood to identify them, communicate them, and have that pre-established is a great, one specific example that this person can do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Fair, your hand is still up. I think you already asked your question though, so we'll go to Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Chief. I'll start with something that I know is rather unpleasant. You and Brent could guess what I'm going to ask about, and that's the overtime budget. If I'm understanding the executive operating budget correctly, the projection for this year is that fire will be over budget due to overtime by almost $3 million. And this is a topic that we've discussed many times in this venue with your predecessor. I've also discussed privately on different occasions with Steve Davis, and it's something that I know is rather unpleasant and not fun to talk about. But I think it's important that we talk about it. I absolutely appreciate the mayor including a substantial increase in your overtime budget for next year. I do have, several questions about this. As you well know, Chief, Fire Administration has tried many different tactics to try to get a handle on the unplanned daily absences amongst your ranks. The spring class that we added for this year, reassigning staff like the FIT going to Station 11, among just a couple of examples. So I don't think I've ever asked you your perspective on it. And so I guess my first question is, do you think that that this kind of culture shift of a few years ago that led to the dramatically increased use of leave is kind of the new normal, and it's something that we just have to accept in part? And I realize that increasing the budget is obviously one thing that we're doing to address the shortfalls the last few years, and there are other strategies that I want to talk about in terms of the recruitment class scheduled for next year. But I just wondering if I could start by asking you your general thoughts on the issue.
Yeah, thank you, Alder Verveer. The overtime issue is front and center. It's nothing that I want to stray away from, and I think looking at head on is what we need to do. We need to be creative. We need to focus on options to try to work with that. But to answer your specific question, I personally do think that we're seeing a changing culture in terms of the outlook on employees and the use of leave. I think this is something, as we bring in, the new age of employee, I think time off is something that's very valued. And historically in the fire service, people would look for exchanges anytime they were ill or injured or whatnot. And now the practice is much more common to use their accrued sick leave for those things instead. And I think we've seen that change slowly but surely over the last decade as it's gone on with the fire department. I think through COVID, things certainly accelerated, and I think that did even push a little bit faster of a move in that regard. And so I do think that what we're seeing now may reflect a little bit more of the normal. That doesn't mean that there aren't things that we can try to work on with regard to that, but I do think we are seeing a little bit more of a normalized absenteeism rate. Part of the overtime cost, however, is, we are, I think, sitting about 27 positions understaffed right now. And due to our needs for minimum staffing, when those folks aren't present, obviously that typically leads to an overtime. And so as we're just starting a new hiring process right now, creating a new eligibility list over the next 6 months, our anticipation and our hope will certainly be to come back to the finance committee, come back to the mayor's office and work to try to increase that staffing level and get additional firefighters hired. By having those folks in place, we hope that that'll take care of a large structural component of the overtime cost as well. That's not going to happen overnight. It's probably going to take 18 months or so for us to do some catch up. But that is, I think, a significant portion of what we're seeing in the overtime as well. So I believe we can make a significant dent, but I do think at some level, we're also seeing the new normal.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. I appreciate your comments on this, and obviously it goes without saying that this is all because of our daily minimum staffing, which is so critical, to be sure. And some of the things that you mentioned, I was going to ask about in terms of the recruit classes and how they've been running, and those that are anticipated in the executive operating budget. One thing I did want to ask you before I move on to those topics is, what is the current level of daily absences running per day? Do you know off the top of your head what the average is these days? Is it about where it was? I remember last year, Chief Davis saying that it was, I want to say 8 per day. And this was after we had made a lot of reforms, 8 per day at this time last year.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Presently, we're up to about 10 per day.
10 per day now. And you attribute that in large part to the fact that you do have so many vacant positions.
That's certainly excuse me, that's certainly a large portion of it, but everything else adds in. It's sick leave usage, it's EPL usage, it's injured on duty, it's military leave, it's parental leave. All of the various components do come together. There's also, when we send folks to paramedic school, when we host recruit classes, we have instructors that leave the field to go teach that class. And so it's a large mixture of several components.
When you had mentioned the amount of commissioned resignations and retirements that you currently are sitting on, is that about where it's been the last few years, or is it significantly higher, that figure year to date?
Yeah, I think where we're at right now is where it has been for a couple of years now. We've been, I think, aggressively and been supported very well in trying to hire additional classes. But with each class that we hire, we experience a similar number of retirements. We've got 12 recruits in class right now who should graduate in December. And then shortly after that, a couple weeks into January, we're expecting anywhere from 8 to 12 retirements. And so that recruit class will not get us further. It'll basically, keep us neutral with regard to the absenteeism.
Thank you. And then I was curious how recruitment generally is for your department, and as well as nationally in the paid fire service. We've heard reference several times tonight over the last few hours, failed recruitment processes that our various agencies have experienced. Goes without saying that law enforcement is nationally experiencing unprecedented issues with recruitment and retention of police officers, to the point that, we recently had a somewhat controversial vote at the council to approve for the first time ever recruitment bonuses for MPD. I'm curious how things are going for fire service, both with your department as well as nationally.
Yeah, I'll have some much better answers for you in about a month and a half or two, as we're just getting ready to open applications for their next hiring process. We've been underway doing several open houses recently, which have had great attendance. We've done a couple of virtual open houses, which have seen strong attendance as well. I know in speaking with peers throughout the region and nationally, it's certainly been stated that experiences have shown that recruitment efforts have been more difficult in the fire service, like everything. We've seen numbers go down nationwide. Within the Madison process, over the last couple of processes, we've seen them drop. I think a little over a decade ago, I think the high was about 1,700 applicants for a hiring process, and it was down to, I think, about 1,100 at the last hiring process. So we've seen a drop here locally as well. I'm interested to see where we're going to go. We've seen a lot of interest in the fire department through the open houses and the recruitment that we've been doing as of late. It's been 3 years. Typically it's been a little over 3 years. Typically we do about every other year or every 2 years for a hiring process. And so I think the extension that we have here, the reason we're at 3 years is because of COVID and pushing the process out. So I think we may have some people who have been keeping an eye on us for a while, and that might drive numbers up. But then I think we're also going to be a reality or a victim of the reality that everybody is with hiring right now that could see some downward pressure. So I'm really interested. We've been having conversations here. I would think that we'll be at least around where we were the last time. I don't think we're in dire straits in terms of recruiting. I think we'll be in pretty good shape, but I will be very interested, and I'd be happy to report back at the conclusion of the hiring process to see where we did fall with applicants.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I actually saw one of the stories on local news recently about what looked like a very well-attended recruitment geared toward members of the military and veterans that was at Station 8.
Yes.
Recently. So that obviously is one of them. And I also noted that at a recent, or maybe it was the most recent Public Safety Review Committee meeting, the department was proposing several changes to the process. Are those in any way to respond to concerns that we might not be as competitive, or are those just generally changes in the process that are more user-friendly, both for the recruits and your colleagues on staff? I didn't really get into the nitty-gritties of those, and I don't know that you need to now, but just an overview of what that rationale was.
Sure. Yeah, the rationale is really to open access and be more accessible to those looking to take the test. And so taking it from an in-person single date written exam, we're taking that exam online. That can be taken over an 8-week period from home or from any number of testing centers. So again, the idea was to try to take away some of the stressors of finding childcare or leaving existing work or any of the number of things that you need to do to take an in-person exam for testing. So to increase the access and really try to open the doors to the hiring process. Likewise, the next bit, without getting into the details, was to streamline the interview process and to take away one step in the interviews, combining 2 interview processes into one, again, for the same reason, to try to reduce the number of times that people need to participate in the hiring process from start to finish, because it is such a long, months-long animal of sorts.
Thank you. That certainly seems like all of that would encourage more applications by making the process so much easier for applicants.
Yeah, so, I certainly hope so.
Yeah, so that should very much help. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate all of your responses and look forward to hopefully a very successful recruitment for your next class upcoming.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for fire? Seeing none. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to police. Chief?
All right. Good evening, everyone. Certainly, I want to begin by thanking the mayor for extending our current level of service with the Madison Police Department. I'll give a brief budget overview before turning it over to staff to talk about our town of Madison requests as well as our supplemental briefly, and then we'll be able to answer questions. But just to begin, we set a list of priorities every year, and I'm happy to say that, our priorities really are in line with community expectations. They are in line with the mayor's priorities of safer communities, evidence-based approaches, healthier neighborhoods, as well as opportunities for youth, specifically opportunities for youth. But for us, we want to create a police department that does prioritize crime prevention, community engagement, and employee safety and wellness. We want to create a police department that is the national model for exceptional policing as well as police reform. Additionally, we want to look at data to determine where our disparities are and determine how we can better engage those communities or those populations where we see disparities. We want to engage all of our communities and be able to evaluate our initiatives. And I think our budget certainly does that. We want to introduce and implement our Madison-centric policing, which came from our feedback from the strategic planning sessions that we have, which focuses on increased public safety and transparency. And as we work to finalize the 5-year strategic plan for our city, which included a lot of input from community stakeholders, officers in the community, we look forward to being able to present that to you at a later time. So I'll turn it over to Assistant Chief Patterson and Teague Maurer to go over briefly the Town of Madison request, the supplemental requests, and to take your questions.
All right, thank you, Chief. So we did bring forward a request to the mayor for reference to the Town of Madison. As our staff began to work with staff from the town at the front end of the year, we quickly realized that we needed some civilian support in our public records section. Now, a lot of you have heard me and others from the police department talk about the volume of requests that we get from that particular section of the records team. Last year was over 27,000 public records requests came through that particular team. And on the front end of this year, again, as we began to work closer with town staff, we recognized that their volume was set to be much higher than we originally anticipated. Just in electronic video records or digital records, rather, there's 12,000 records that we're preparing to take in just that particular medium. So this particular position is a program assistant that will be added to help us address the influx of requests that we anticipate from taking on those additional records through the Town of Madison. Then moving on to the supplemental request, as the chief indicated, he proposed the Madison-centric community policing initiative, which prioritizes internal and external procedural justice by highlighting employee empowerment, enhanced transparency, and community collaboration for better or improved public safety. And so one component of this initiative is something that this body has talked about earlier this year, but it's the acceptance of the COPS hiring grant, which will add 6 police officer positions. And this was the first part of this initiative proposed and really the cornerstone. So we're grateful to the mayor for adding this and seeing the importance, because really a person's trust in the police starts very early in life. And this is a group of officers who will be focused particularly on the youth in our community. And as a reminder, this group of 6 officers will be assigned to the various districts throughout the city, but working underneath our community outreach section and working very closely with that existing team, the core team, and of course our community relations specialist who was just hired earlier this year. So that's our streamlined approach of just one slide. So any questions, we're happy to take at this time.
Thank you all. Are there questions for police? Alder Paulson.
Yeah, could you just help me understand where all these records requests are coming from? If you get 27,000 a year, that's got to be what, 80 something a day? Who's doing all that? Where's this coming from?
Well, that's if you don't mind, I'll jump in, Chief. That's a great question, Alder. I think it translates to close to 500 weekly, if not more. A lot of them are coming from residents of the Madison community, the greater Madison community. Some will come from insurance companies, if they have clients involved in traffic incidents, things like that. A lot of them come from the press. Some come from, members of various committees or boards, but they come from really all over. And we've done a lot of work to try to mitigate, some of these requests to the best that we can, but we are the recipients of more requests than I think a lot of other agencies see every year.
Okay, sort of my follow-up then is also if there's things that we can look for in the capital budget, additional software, something else to help streamline some of this in obviously not tonight, but if there's something we can do to convert these sorts of operating problems into capital problems, that would be, I think, very helpful. So something to kind of just keep in mind. Okay, thank you. I'm still
Alder.
Processing that. So,
Alder, I will say that I'm sure the records section would be happy to give you a tour and give you much more detail on the work that they do. I and my staff had one. It was illuminating. Are there other questions for police? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, chiefs. I wanted to ask a couple of the same questions I just asked Chief Carbon, but how they relate to your department. So could you speak generally, and maybe you all have probably the number off the top of your head collectively, but how many commissioned retirements and resignations we have year to date as of tonight? And how does that compare to the last few years of unprecedented issues that law enforcement's been facing?
Sure, I have those numbers. Give me 1 second. I'll get those pulled up. I can go back to when we saw the numbers start to increase. In 2018, there were 44 retirements and resignations. 2019, 34. 2020, 39. Last year, 2021, 44. And this year, 35. Certainly moving in the right direction, but again, a lot of work still to be done on that front.
Thank you. In terms of this year we had the Accelerated Academy, correct? Both the regular pre-service academy and Accelerated Academy. I don't recall seeing, and admittedly I didn't read your agency budget request recently. I looked at it over the summer, but you didn't ask for another Accelerated Academy. Is that correct, Chief? Looks like JP.
Well, yep, no, that's a good question, Alder. So we're starting to look at the whole idea of an Accelerated Academy a little bit differently. So this year, starting in the spring, we did run a concurrent accelerated group initially of 3 accelerated hires, and then this coming fall, we're planning to bring on 2 additional accelerated recruits, each with around 5 years of law enforcement experience from other agencies. So what we are learning is that there are other officers out there that we can successfully recruit, but we need to be a little more nimble, a little more flexible with how we approach start dates, and not necessarily structured immediately around when the traditional academy is starting in the spring. And so we're learning as we go, but we think that we can be a little more flexible and perhaps offer varying start times throughout the year.
Thank you, JP. So that you all see it as something that will likely be the standard operating procedure moving forward, assuming that things go well with this year's pilot?
Yes, that's the goal. That's correct.
Very good. And so in terms of funding, that's not an issue in terms of your annual budgeting, assuming that there aren't any significant cuts to your agency budget because you have all these authorized strength positions that are routinely vacant.
That's correct. We're working within the authorized number for that year, and we're not bringing on additional costs at all. We're working it through the same staff that are working out of our academy currently.
Yeah. Thank you. That was my next question, JP, was I presume that the capacity of everyone at the training center obviously can take this on, or you wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, and that, there may be times where capacity is the only reason that we're not able to start a group of accelerator recruits. If the regular academy, for example, is so robust that we just don't have the time to put forward, we may have to delay it until the logistics add up a little bit better.
Thank you. And then in the past few years, Chief, you and your predecessors have had to make difficult decisions because of the record number of retirements and resignations in terms of some of the services that our constituents have come to know and utilize in terms of, for example, the neighborhood police officers and community policing teams being shifted around and numbers reduced and so forth. Obviously, the PM test team, traffic enforcement safety team, is something that only a few of us remember that have been here a while now at this point. Could you share with us what the management team has any plans in the new year with shift change that are different than what we're accustomed to this year in terms of, again, I'll just mention CPTs as an example of the merger of different district CPT teams and so forth. Will that continue, and are there other changes you could highlight for us or in terms of the organization at shift change?
No, we're going to continue with what we have done this year, specifically around our CPT teams, which was the biggest change that I made, going from 6 teams down to 3. We'll still have the Central Division CPT team, and the other 2 will be divided among the city geographically. So we're going to continue with that. We're trying to implement more of a problem-oriented approach, a stratified policing approach, where we can evaluate if we have the right number of people who are not tied to the radio to give our community the services that we need. So I don't anticipate on making any other changes. There were some proposed changes, but those changes will not be actualized because of the executive budget.
So thank you for that. So as of now as well, the various neighborhoods that have NPOs would remain at shift change as well?
That's correct. We did not make any changes to the current NPO NRO structure.
Thank you. And then I know it's been a while since this committee and the full council took a hard look at the COPS grant resolution. And at the time, you had given us a presentation, of course, about what those 6 additional officer positions would do. Mm-hmm. And as I recall, your application and in fact, the executive operating budget references the language in part in terms of building trust and legitimacy in the community and so forth. Could you just remind us and give us a quick overview one more time as to what those additional positions, assuming that the council votes to fund those next month when we adopt the operating budget, what those additional half dozen officers would be generally doing under the COPS grant?
Sure, absolutely. And you're right. The COPS grant was applied under the Building Trust and Legitimacy pillar of the 21st Century Task Force on Police report, which is, by the way, an evidence-based policing report. That report in section 1.5 specifically speaks to research that says that police departments should or get the most bang for your buck, if you will, with our youth by engaging them in non-enforcement activities. And so the solicitation specifically speaks to building those relationships. So just in brief, one of the things, it's really 3 main objectives. The first is to serve as a liaison between the districts and our community engagement outreach group and our mental health officers. And so we want to be a little bit better at identifying youth who are exposed vicariously to trauma. And we have a way to do that by these officers reading reports and getting referrals and then talking, sitting with the mental health officers to provide services or follow-up to children who are exposed vicariously to mental health. Those of you who have heard me speak before know that I'm very passionate about the Child Response Initiative program. We don't have that here specifically, but I am passionate about that. It was a program that I was involved in many years ago based on the Child Development Community Policing model from Yale University, which simply asserts that police officers are often the first group to know when a child has been exposed to trauma, and we should do something about it. We have a duty to make sure that they are connected to services. So that will be one of the objectives that they will be doing. The second one is to create programming and work with programming. Currently, we really don't have the staff that I would want under our community engagement outreach to do some of the programming that even some of our beat officers are trying to do on their own. And so we really want to support those programs for non-enforcement activities for building trust and legitimacy with our young folks. And then thirdly, they'll work as training officers, making sure that everyone in the department is aware of opportunities for positive engagement, as well as opportunities for non-custodial options when dealing with juveniles. As you know, we're a very big fan of restorative justice. We want to make sure that if there are other programs where we can divert children away from the criminal justice system, that every officer is aware of that. If that officer is overwhelmed or tied up or have questions, there needs to be someone that the officers can call and say, hey, I have a kid here, and I think that we need to figure out what we can do to keep him or her out of trouble. I think we owe it to our kids to do that. The research is clear. The more interactions with enforcement that juveniles have, the more likely they are to reoffend. And so these officers specifically are designed to ensure that there is someone there to make sure that no one slips through the cracks, to make sure that if there is a diversion method for a juvenile, that we do that. Now, I know this is under the umbrella of community policing, and there are a lot of people who don't understand community policing. So let me explain to you. Community policing is not a program. It is a philosophy, and it's a philosophy that our police department has been a part of for a very, very long time. And specifically, I want everyone to know that community policing is policing. It's real policing. It's not something that we do for any particular outcome other than to ensure that people are safe, and it does work if we do it correctly. I think one of the biggest mistakes that we made coming out of the 90s with community policing is we looked at it as a program. We looked at it as something that not everyone needed to be even aware of. And so we want to make sure that we don't repeat some of the mistakes of the past. When I say we, I'm speaking of policing in general. So I am passionate about juveniles. I'm passionate about making sure that we have those connections. As you know, I began my professional career as a public school teacher. And so I've always been connected to our youth. As you know, I started our Chief Youth Advisory Council as one of the first things that I did, and we still have that. We meet monthly, and we are able to give the kids a stipend. They meet with me, they talk about their issues and give me advice on what I can do better. I guess as a police chief, they challenge me, and they're a very, very bright group, and I'm very proud of that. And so I want to continue this work. I think that obviously these grants are not easy to get. You must show, I repeat, you must show that you really believe and trust and legitimacy to even get one of these grants. And so I think they like our plan, they like what we're doing as a police department, they like our philosophy. And so I think with your generosity, we'll be able to continue the work that I think is so vitally important.
Thank you for your very detailed response. I appreciate that. And it was all coming back to me based on, like I said, the earlier presentation that you gave us, the time we had the COPS grant resolution before us. The last area I just wanted to probe, same as I certainly did with Chief Carbon as well, is overtime. And it's been very fortunate for us, and maybe it's just a reflection of truth in budgeting over the last few years, that we've been honest about the police overtime needs and not so honest with the fire department overtime needs. But I certainly want to recognize that the overtime projection, as I understand it, in executive operating budget, is pretty much on budget. Am I reading that correctly, Chiefs and Teague? Teague, do you want to? I see you turned your camera on. Teague, hi. Do you want to be more specific as to the OT projection for this year and your confidence for the amount that's budgeted for next year in the executive operating budget?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Alder Verveer. We typically start with the base budget or the cost to continue budget, and then work with our colleagues in city finance to make any adjustments based on potentially a contractual wage adjustment. So that's budgeted centrally. And for overtime in particular, our overtime this year, we're in the process right now of putting together third quarter budget projections, which will come before this body at some point in the near future. So we don't have those finalized yet, but overtime is trending as of now about $178,000 lower than last year. So that's definitely a movement in a positive direction. We're seeing some increases in things like reimbursable events. So ultimately that's net neutral to the general fund due to more pre-pandemic events returning, some increases in training and general routine overtime, but then decreases in other areas. So notable decreases at this point are seen primarily in comp converted to pay. Briefing time is down, and overall our major case overtime has been substantially lower than last year.
Thank you, Teague. Appreciate that. And thank you very much, Chiefs. Appreciate all your responses. Although JP, I see you unmuted. Did you want to add something on OT or anything else?
No, just that we often look at that comp converted to pay as an indicator of where our workforce may be headed in terms of retirements. So it's a positive spin to see that lower.
Absolutely. I was thinking the very same thing, but the worst is behind us, hopefully. So anyway, thank you all very much again. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a quick question. If we didn't have the COPS grant, how much money is it to fund 6 police officers?
Could you repeat your question?
Without the COPS grant, how much is it to fund 6 police officers?
Well, for the full cost, it'd be roughly $1.5 million over the 4 years that the grant is required. Now, just for next year, I believe 277,000 is what we would be looking at. So, Teague, if I'm misspeaking, Teague, please chime in.
$1.5 million divided by 4 years. Is that how much it costs per year?
Well, it's not a clear even division over those 4 years because they start later in 2023, but it's for the total sum of those 4 years, it'd be 1.5 million, roughly. And I can send you all the exact breakdown by year if you're interested in seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I guess I'm trying to maybe rephrase the question. So if we didn't have the grants, the COPS grant, if we didn't have that, and we wanted to add 6 police officers to the 2023 budget, how much money would that be? For now.
For just next year.
For this year, so yeah, for 2023, how much would it be to add 6 police officers without counting on a grant?
$277,069 for next year.
And that would be the full amount to get 6 cops.
For those 6 positions, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson, another question?
Yeah, ammunition. And getting we went over the budget by $40,000 from the 22 projected or from adopted to what projected is. Is it just inflation and bullets cost more this year, or and is it the next year we also for 23 the request is also last year's amount. So are we going to go over the ammunition budget again in 23?
Well, that's a good question. Although we're not ordering additional ammunition, it's the cost of ammunition have gone up exponentially. And that was, before inflation really became a hot topic this year. Last year and in 2020, we saw pretty big surges. We've also had a very difficult time acquiring what we need. Last year, it took almost a full year to get the order that we placed. And our 2021 order didn't come in into our possession until 2022, actually. So it's been difficult.
I'll add to that, Alder Paulson. I will tell you, from my experience running a training academy down in North Carolina, we used to see this all the time. The prices would fluctuate; they would spike. We would tend to see that around election time. I just hate to say it, but there's certain times when there's a change in administration, there's often a feeling that something's going to happen with the Second Amendment, which drives prices up, demand, things of that nature. So hopefully things will flatten out a little bit with that. But I think all police departments, according to chiefs that I've talked to, have seen a dramatic increase and also decrease in the amount of supply as well.
Okay, so you don't think you need additional funding for 23 for additional bullets, so we'll kind of wait to see how that plays out, and if it goes over, we'll just deal with it then.
Yeah, I don't think we need to order anything additional. But like to the chief's point, these prices kind of ebb and flow, and we try to adjust the best we can through managing existing inventory and adjusting orders if need be, if the prices have risen that much.
Okay, or just kind of in truth in budgeting, if we know the price of ammunition has gone up, if we need to adjust the line item for what we need for training purposes or whatever for next year. Then I have one other question, also as a specific line item, if the mayor will indulge me. And it's actually, I think it's probably more a question for fleet, but vehicle repair and maintenance was the adopted budget was 2,300, and the actual spend was 346,000. And fleet also has a similar thing where in their maintenance went over by about $1 million, and so maybe there's just something in the way we're accounting for it. But I was just curious about if we knew something different going with vehicle repair this year versus what we expected.
That's a good question. I would have to dig into that a little bit more with Teague, and we could get back to you after this meeting. There's been some adjustments with the changing of our fleet towards hybrids rather that we've had to kind of learn as we go when maintenance issues come up. But I'd have to do some more digging Alder to get at them.
Okay, if we could, it's a $300,000 difference. So it may just be a typo somewhere, missing 0 or 2, but it's a pretty big miss from adopted to projected.
Alder Paulson, if I could just quick jump in, I think it actually might be a typo. I'll confer with my finance colleagues, but you're correct. I'm not seeing anything on our end that was showing a projection of that nature at second quarter.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for police? Seeing none, thank you, Chief JP Teague. Appreciate you. And we will go on to some of our administration agencies, starting with civil rights.
All right. Good evening, Finance Committee, Mayor, and Alders. Thank you for this opportunity to share our 2023 budget. I'm Norm Davis. I'm the Civil Rights Director. And with me tonight is Michaeline Gibson, our office manager in the Department of Civil Rights. So just a brief cover on who we are in the Department of Civil Rights. I know many alders know us, are familiar with the work that we do, but just want to cover that for everyone. And so our main deliverables in the Department of Civil Rights are access, education, and accountability. And so we advance our city element of economy and opportunity by delivering civil rights education, access, and accountability, particularly to further diversity of our workforce and reduce underrepresentation among women, people of color, and individuals with disabilities, to assist city agencies in examining the impact to racial equity resulting from proposed policies and projects, and to assist city contractors to further diversify their workforce and reduce underrepresentation among women, people of color, and individuals with disabilities. We also provide training venues. We provide opportunities for training and opportunities to provide more direct contact with underserved segments of our community. We also increase partnerships with community-based organizations to expand community trust and engagement initiatives. We create inclusion and meaningful access to resources for all, with a particular focus on improving access for marginalized members of our community, in particular those with limited English proficiency. We also address discrimination by educating, investigating, and taking corrective action for complaints of harassment or discrimination. And we advance shared prosperity by leveraging resources equitably. And so some of you may be familiar with our different divisions within the department, our work areas, which are affirmative action, equal opportunities, and equity and social justice. Within each of these agencies, we address these deliverables of access, education, and accountability. Within affirmative action, that's where we collaboratively create our citywide equitable workforce plan with all of our agencies, focusing on our own hiring and retention of employees, addressing instances of discrimination and harassment, and also building the culture that we want within the City of Madison workforce. In addition to our contracting equity initiative and some of our contract compliance provisions. Within our Equal Opportunities Division, we work to protect the rights of residents and visitors in the area of housing, employment, and public accommodations. In particular, we also work to increase access by putting forth policy recommendations like the recently approved, the recent policy that the council approved, where we're working more collaboratively with building inspection to address vulnerable residents that may be in danger of losing their housing. We also, in our newest division, Equity and Social Justice, we work with our neighborhood resource teams, those staff teams across city agencies and our different neighborhoods, working to be able to expedite creating solutions for some of our more vulnerable neighborhoods. This is where we also create space for our equity and social justice, racial equity and social justice initiative, equity impact analyses, as well as our equitable hiring tool. This division houses our language access program, in which we seek to create meaningful access, as I mentioned, regardless of the language that those that are coming to the city for services speak. And our disability rights and services program, where we really focus on proactive solutions to create equitable access. And so this is the work of our department. If you could go to the next slide, please. And just want to express my gratitude to the mayor for our full funding for our Cost to Continue for 2023. What that means is that we didn't need to reduce the funding for our Aspire program, a very popular internship program that helps to open doors for individuals engaged in college level studies to engage and work with the City of Madison and our departments. It's a very popular program, and it's popular with our departments as well as the interns. And we also didn't have to reduce funding for supporting our employee resource groups, our Multicultural Affairs Committee, or our Women's Initiatives Committee. Though those groups can continue with support from the Department of Civil Rights. You'll see in the budget that there is $85,000 for next slated for next year for the ACRE program. It's the Associates in Commercial Real Estate program. It's a partnership that, thanks to many of you, was just approved this past last week, Tuesday, where we're partnering with LISC Milwaukee to bring that program here to Madison, the program that's designed to help cultivate more developers of color. So we're really excited about that program, and the fund that's used to fund this program is earmarked funds that have been collected over a period of time from developers to run this program. And then we continue to leverage our partnerships. We can never do this work alone. So whether it's our boards, commissions, and committees connected to the department, or whether it's our relationship with the Government Alliance on Race and Equity and other memberships that we have, we continue to leverage our partnerships to try and address all of the work that needs to be done around civil rights. So I'll pause there, and certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Norm. Are there questions for DCR? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Norm. You answered all our questions in advance.
All right, thank you. Good night.
And we will end the evening with the Finance Department.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, everyone. So I'll quickly run through finance. Appreciation to the mayor for including 2 positions in the adding to the finance department budget. One would be a citywide grant writer. The other would be an accountant. Both would focus on grant applications as well as compliance with federal grant requirements, single audit requirements with increasing number of grants, as well as the accountant would help with building out the internal audit team. We continue to work on hiring an internal audit manager. And we have also proposed in this budget to transfer the existing grants manager from accounting services to this to the internal audit and grants service. The cost of this is about $178,000 funded from the grant fund, with the anticipation that this will be funded through indirect or direct charges to new grants for which those costs might be eligible, as well as the cost allocation plan in future years. Also in the affecting the finance department budget, but this is under direct appropriations, is the transition cost for the town of Madison. There is $60,000 in direct appropriations, and that will cover the cost of the final financial statement preparation. We have engaged the town's business manager to become a limited term city employee after the town dissolves in a couple weeks. And the town business manager in that capacity will work on finishing the financial statements and other closeout activities. And also work with our external auditor, and the $60,000 will cover the contract costs with the external auditor. Those costs will be shared with the city of Fitchburg as we move through the final disposition of the town's assets and liabilities. Be happy to answer any questions about those items.
Thank you, Dave. Are there questions for finance? Seeing none. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much.
So we will, that is the end of our list for today. We will pick back up tomorrow, which is Tuesday, October 18th at 4:30 p.m. and close out the rest of our agencies. So at this point in time, President Furman, I think a motion to refer to tomorrow's meeting.
Move referral of the operating budget to the finance meeting of October 18th.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. A motion to adjourn would be in order.
Move adjournment.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your evening.